I think Ron and someone else has to change their name. Oh, Steve too. You'll have to change Steve's though, Joe.
All right, are we good to get started? Do we have everybody in?
Looking for Ron. 1 second. Ron was having audio issues.
Yeah, maybe that's his double school board.
He was here down at the bottom. Oh, well, my bottom.
I had to reconnect.
Here.
I'm here if anybody asks.
Okay, so we're all good?
Who are the other two school boards? Boot them if we don't.
Jackson still says school board.
Those are connecting to audio too. I believe that might have been Ron's failed attempt.
I just logged on.
Yeah,
too.
the first, there still might be an attachment to be on via telephone for some reason. That could be taken off. That one, whatever that one is, that you can get rid of that.
One is Dr. Damsker. He was invited.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
sorry.
think he was-
I just
there
called
you
in. I'm not paying attention. I'm still working, but I just wanted to log on now so I didn't have to do it later.
All right, cool. We'll let you know when it's your time.
If you hover your
Thank
mouse over, if you hover your mouse over your image on Zoom, there should be 3 little dots. Maybe you can change your name because it says school board, so it's kind of generic at the moment. Like in the upper, like
don't
It looks like he's on the phone.
He's on a phone. I'm not sure where that is.
all
Maybe
right.
Joe can change his name.
I don't have on my computer at work. I don't have a camera, so I can't.
We got it. Joe
Okay.
changed it. You're good.
I'm on the elliptical machine. No.
Well, I'm on a treadmill.
Trying to upstage you. All right, are we ready to get going? Double thumbs up, as my kids say.
Do it.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us for our school board meeting this evening. And we have such an exciting meeting for you guys. We have a reorganization meeting to start. So this is a little bit not typical of how we do our regular meetings. In this meeting, we're going to elect a president and a board president. And this process happens annually. I had a lot of questions about that, people asking me, what's going on? You know, we do this every year. So to start the meeting, I just want to remind everyone that the meeting is being recorded by the board secretary. And with that, we're going to go on to our flag salute. And before we do that, I'm sorry, we had an executive session regarding a personnel matter prior to this meeting. So let's go on to the flag salute. Joe, you want to get us that nice flag out there for us? I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
to the flag of the
of the
United
United
States
States
of America,
and to
to the republic for which it stands,
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all. All right, Terry, would you like to give us the roll call, please?
Certainly. Mr. Reimers,
Here.
Mr. Spear,
Here.
Mr. Klein,
Here.
Mr. Jackson,
Present.
Mr. Kern,
Here.
Mr. McCucci,
Here.
Mr. Ekmanowitz,
In attendance.
Ms. Weed,
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Here.
Thank you.
Ron stole my present, so I had to change it up a little bit.
I like it. Creativity. All right. At this time, we are going to motion to appoint someone as a temporary president so that we can get nominations going. So I'll take nominations for a temporary president. So
I
it
would like to
says-
nominate Stephen
ahead.
Klein for temporary president.
Ron Jackson will second that nomination.
All right. Discussion.
Who
All
says
those-
I'll do it?
Oh, that's true. Will you accept the nomination, sir?
Surely.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously, and I'm going to hand this over to Steve. And Steve, we made it pretty simple for you. Put all of the protocol right there in board docs for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. So the first thing we want to do is accept nominations for the election of our board president.
I'd like to nominate Caitlin Mitchell.
Okay, like 4 people all spoke at the same time, but I believe they all said Kaylin Mitchell. Is that correct?
Yes.
We can give it to Keith. Terry.
Okay, we'll give it to Mr. Makuchi, and I heard Mr. Akmanowitz, so he'll be the second. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, all in favor of Kaylin Mitchell for president, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we're going to do
Congratulations.
the same for vice president. Do I have a motion for the vice president for the board?
I'd like to nominate Ron Jackson.
I'll second that, John Kern.
So we have Mr. Spear nominating Mr. Jackson, seconded by Mr. Kern. Discussion.
I think it's a fine idea. These guys have been doing a great job.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of Ron Jackson for vice president, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion also passes unanimously. So on that, Madam President, I'll turn it back to you.
You guys are stuck with me for another year.
Hey, one criticism, Steve, I hate to be the daddy downer here, but properly you should have asked for additional nominations for each position. Just saying.
Caitlin
That's
too.
true.
Or-
Ron, I was president for 5 minutes and you still had to correct me. Love you,
Oh,
Ron.
I love it. I love it.
It'll be a short tenure for Steve, so.
That's right, yeah.
Did you notice how
Get rid of 'em
fast that
now.
went
Get rid
though?
of
How
'em.
smoothly?
I don't know that anybody was really jumping at the opportunity. Let's keep it real. I am so happy to have the confidence of my peers to do this role. It's been a difficult year, and I know that I'm not perfect, and I know that I am constantly trying to learn and be better. So I always appreciate you guys' feedback and, again, confidence in me. So thank you for electing me to serve another year as your president, and I hope to make you proud.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, I did really think you did a really great job last year. It's been a really rough year for all of us. And you and Ron really did a great job. And I'm glad that we can go to 2021 with you guys on board again.
Thank you.
I second that.
I think Ron and I are a really good team. I think we have different perspectives a lot of times, and it complements each other. So I do really like working with you, Ron.
He muted himself, so he can't hear you, but I
Drinking his
agree,
glass
you're
of
a good
champagne.
team.
I'm trying not to like soak in the adulations. I'm kind of working in the background here too, so.
Okay.
He's hiding the tears.
Oh, that's what it is. I got it.
Preparing his acceptance speech.
That's it.
Trying to figure out how to go down that chimney.
All right, guys, we're moving on. So we have on the next item of our agenda is the board meeting dates. So go ahead and take a quick look at this. I'm going to venture to guess, Dr. Harner, that this is similar to what we did last year.
Yes, ma'am. It's follows the same pattern that we did last year. Obviously, as a board, you can always make changes or add meetings as we did in July. So it's kind of pro forma.
I think
Seems-
COVID's going to sort of steer our boat again too, as we get closer to during the summertime and how things are going with vaccines and cases and all that. So, as long as you can try to not schedule a Thursday meeting on the Eagles' only Thursday night game every year, like you seem to be able to predict with alarming accuracy.
We can pass a resolution,
The
Chris.
idea is-
I mean,
Well,
this
yeah,
year
yeah.
doesn't matter.
No.
You realize they wait until they see our schedule before they make theirs, right?
Oh, that makes sense.
So these are all Thursdays, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a conversation last year about switching it off of Thursday to a different date. If you recall, the primary push for that was from the administration, mostly because we found that Nancy Ann and Dr. Harner were often away at conferences that spanned Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they were not
And
able
other
to
people,
attend.
not just us.
No, but by primarily, let's be honest, it was primarily you two. It was often me because I went along to some conferences that spanned that time frame. So there was discussion about doing that, but in the world we are right now, no one's having conferences right now. So there's no need to make a change. So while there was a discussion, there's no reason to even contend that right now.
And the good thing is we can always add meetings as we want to. So, and we've done that before. And the committee meeting dates, everyone got a chance to look at those.
Do we have to vote on this schedule?
We do.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I think me and you made a mistake real quick. I think we voted on like that one line item and we didn't cover the other things underneath.
No, we do need to go through these all individually because there's some vacancies that we need to fill. So for instance, what's on the next item of the agenda is to elect 2 representatives to the Upper Bucks County Technical
It's
School.
actually 3 representatives and 1 alternate.
Good
Yeah,
point.
not everybody's up though, Chris. Like I believe I am still on it.
I thought my position was the one till the end of my term. I thought I was the one that wasn't up for renomination.
Maybe it
'Cause
is.
I think when I went back on last year, they said, oh yeah, I got the impression I was going to be on for the next 2.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm fine staying on it.
For what it's worth, I would like to remain on it.
As would I.
I like all 3 of you being involved.
Yeah, I don't want it.
The food is really good though, Keith.
It is. I don't mind
Stop
being.
out. I'll visit.
So do I hear Dave, Chris, and then who wanted to be alternate?
I said, I don't mind being the alternate.
Wait, Steve, you're not up, right? You're still going.
I thought I wasn't. Dave thinks I am. Either way,
Yeah.
I'm fine with staying on.
Who's
Well,
our
that's-
secretary?
I thought
Yeah.
Dave was still on too, but.
Jeff, hey Jeff, can the nomination simply state we want to keep the tech school configuration the way it is, or do we got to be specific?
I would simply say you make the appointments and then fit the terms to the appointments when you see what it is after tonight.
Sounds good. I motion to elect Chris Spear, Dave Ochmanowitz, and Steve Klein for the tech school board with John Kern as the alternate.
Second,
Terry, are we going too fast at all or?
Nope, I've got it.
All right, just let us know, okay?
Yep, thank you.
Discussion.
Well, since the agenda says elect 2, do we have to do anything different because of that?
Well,
'Cause
we can,
Just mentioned 3. I just want to
declare-
make sure.
The
think
fifth
we made
under
correct.
F, it says elect an alternative representative right underneath it.
yeah, but Chris's motion included an alternate
Oh,
statement.
gotcha.
I think what we're talking about is to the extent that either Steve or David do not need to be reappointed, then obviously they won't be. But to the extent we don't know who that is, that's how the three names were presented.
Okay, sounds good to me. I need to plug in my computer or else I'm gonna die here.
I think we still have to do the vote, though. We did the motion.
Yes, okay, sorry. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. All right, next item here on our agenda, elect an alternative representative. Oh, we already did that, sorry. Elect representative to serve as PSBA liaison for 2021. And Ron, that's you currently. Are you still interested?
I am, but I want to clarify one thing. I talked this to Terry. I'm not sure if she passed the information along to you. PSCBA liaison is, it's almost, there could be multiple ones. What I mean by that is it's just the person who interacts with the PSBA leadership when they have a reason to reach out to their district members and try and activate them to advocate for something that's important to the cause of education. We can all do that. It's fine if we have 3 PSBA liaisons, so to speak, if there's somebody out there who thinks this is important and they also want to be a part of it, because in October every year, the PSBA, all the members gather for their annual conference to set the agenda of PSBA advocates for in the halls of Harrisburg. So if there's other people who also want to be a liaison, so to speak, we can appoint 3 people total.
I actually wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I would volunteer myself for that, since I tend to volunteer for almost everything.
What is Cindy gonna say about that, Chris?
I can yell loud enough. She's in the other room. She'll probably hear me.
Yeah, Chris, I think there's a
Better-
maximum number of committee you're allowed to serve on, and I think you're already like 6 over that, so we got to cut them off.
You better get permission first, Chris.
Alright.
I don't think
So,
it's not a highly demanding
No,
job.
that's
Whenever like I'm probably the only person who gets some certain correspondences out of PSBA right now. So anytime I get such a correspondence, whoever else may be nominated, I'll share with them, and it won't be too long before you're automatically on all the mailing lists anyway. So, okay.
All right, Chris, are you sure?
yes.
I'll make a motion that Mr. Reimers, Mr. Spear, Mr. Jackson become the duly appointed PSBA liaison.
I'll second it.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, guys, I'm going to need some help on this next one, just being honest, because I want to make sure everyone is in places where they feel like they are effective and that they enjoy. So it's easy for me to say, yeah, we can keep things the way they are. But I'd like to hear from you if there's a certain committee that you'd like to be on that you're not currently, or one that you don't care to be on any longer.
I do enjoy chairing the facilities committee, and also if being a part of the communications committee, which doesn't seem to do much, but the title sounds like something I'd be interested in.
It's kind of like ever since we got Gary, he's sort of been
Yeah.
able to do communications for us. So that's kind of a defunct.
Well, something to consider. Those are ad hoc committees, and this is not one of the ones that is mandated by policy, so that can be revoked at any time. We can actually make an motion to destroy that committee, or whatever the proper terminology is, if you want to get it off the books.
I make a motion to remove the communications committee since it's been stagnant for.
Were you the chairperson of that committee?
Yeah, that was before we got Gary to
I think
try
it was
to-
a committee of 1 at the time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much just trying to write stuff for the community.
I'll second
We're in
that.
election time. We remember, John. We remember.
Yeah, that too. try to get information out there.
I'll second that, Mr. Reiner.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously to
So
remove
Terry, in
that
case you
committee.
missed that, we just voted to kill the communications committee as an entity.
I got it.
Right, so
So I enjoy the education committee.
As do I.
Kaylin,
And
do
with
you have a
remaining the
current, do you have
chair
a-
for that.
do you have a current list of all committee members? Because it might be simply a matter of reading them off
It's
and
on the
seeing if anybody
website.
has a problem.
yeah, I think that I do.
Would it be easier just to go through each of us and go that way?
I mean, does maybe I should address it like this. Does anybody have an issue with what they are currently assigned?
No.
No.
No,
Keith, you're not allowed to answer.
But if we have the option of going and joining an additional committee, I would be interested in the Human Resources Committee.
You're always welcome to go to any subcommittee.
Yeah, but we had this discussion about HR. HR was not one we were willing to increase because of the nature of the negotiating. It's a,
Oh,
One-
because you can't
one-
have sunshine, right?
well, it's,
Right.
it was more along the lines of not wanting to get more than 3 people in the middle of it. Otherwise, just in the nature of, Zach might be able to speak better about it, why we wanted to limit it 3 and keep it that way.
Zach?
I think there wasn't a limit. It was just, once you start bargaining, you don't really change the team up after bargaining has already begun. I think that was the conversation.
All right. So what do we want to do?
Brian, you mind riding the sidelines until somebody wants to drop, if that happens?
But if someone wants to drop, I'll volunteer to step in.
Well, good, be good, Caitlin. I think we can move on.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going, can I get a motion to keep the assignments consistent with what they
So
are?
moved. Mr.
Make a
Klein.
motion to keep the committee assignment status quo. John.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Did we talk over each other there?
It's okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? You guys made my life really easy there. I always get nervous about that. Motion carries unanimously. I always want to make sure people are in places that they like. All right, we're going to move on to the next item of the agenda. That's the approval of our minutes. I'll need a motion to approve the minutes from the November 12th meeting.
So moved. Steve Klein.
I'll second, Mr. Reimers.
All those, oh, sorry, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously. Next on the items for board action is the approval of the winter athletic health and safety plan. I'll need a motion to approve.
I'll motion to approve the health and safety plan as the winter health and safety plan for athletics as presented.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 And thank you. Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our first portion of the public comment. We can go ahead and get those started.
Okay, the first comment is from Ryan Wien, QCEA President. Good evening. On Thanksgiving morning, Mr. Kern wrote an open letter to the Quakertown Community School District. Within his letter, he states, "The fear of the unknown is palpable, but we shouldn't allow it to divide us. Rather, we should be able to come together. I couldn't agree more, and I truly believe that the one topic we can all agree on and come together on is safety, making sure that we are doing everything possible to assure our students and staff feel safe and are indeed safe overall. What we know about the virus and the research surrounding it continues to evolve and change. Because of that, I'm asking that our board does what's right and safest by following the most trustworthy and experienced organizations and researchers, including the CDC, PDE, and the Pennsylvania Department of Health. We're looking to this board to support these organizations' recommended instructional models, school closure models, social distancing measuring, and quarantine models. The most recent CDC quarantine guidelines are one example of a new change that we should be following, instead of considering a less strict model like modified quarantine. Not doing so and making changes that lessen safety measures would be a mistake and would add to the unsafe feeling a large number of your employees are having. These organizations and scientists' recommendations are based on strong scientific evidence and extensive research beyond just the boundaries of our county, and have been continually modified for improvement as the data and research findings have changed. Like all the communities across our country, the QCEA members' opinions are also mixed about the virus and how to best handle it in our communities and schools. But again, the common ground for which we all can stand firmly on includes making sure we are all kept safe. QCEA members want to be in school with our students, but also want to make sure we are safe while doing so, to keep our members as safe as possible and be able to remain in the building so they can carry out the opportunities for in-person schooling. I would like you to consider improvements to our PPE supply. Providing all employees with N95 masks would be a great start. Additionally, providing classroom teachers with an ongoing supply of antibacterial wipes will also help them feel safe and keep their classrooms safer. The current sanitizing spray that is provided needs a 10-minute wait dry time to be effective, and secondary teachers don't have that much time between classes to spray down shared desks, and elementary teachers who are now mandated to host student lunch periods in their classrooms don't have that amount of time prior to the students having to eat off their desks. Finally, there are quite a few teachers who have requested plexiglass barriers or the use of hanging barriers to help provide an extra layer of protection between them and students while working closely, especially learning support teachers. Improvements such as these will not only help teachers feel safe, but will also reinforce the safety measures we already have in place, further protecting our district students and employees. This safe assurance is something I believe the administration, school board, and community members want for the students and employees of QCSD, and an investment in these supplies will be a great step in advocating for our teachers and students, while also certainly paying off as we move through the winter months as the virus numbers continue to climb. In closing, I'll refer back to Mr. Kern's letter when he stated, "We have an opportunity to move forward united if we dare choose." Well, I accept that challenge based on the united belief that the employees and students of this district should be kept as safe as possible and be made to feel safe at the same time. Let's work together professionally to put our differences aside and find a common path to increasing safety. With respect, Ryan Wien, QCEA President. The next public comment is from Crystal West of Milford Township. Hello, given all these circumstances we have been facing lately with the rising new cases found in the school on a daily basis, as well as staffing shortage, can we consider going back to the hybrid model instead of a 5-day live instruction? If this is not an option for everyone, we can at least offer that up to whomever would like to do it. We seem to have less issues with staffing and less new cases when we were going hybrid. I really do not want my children to do full virtual, and hybrid gave children the opportunity to have on-site exposure to their classes for at least a day, and the remaining days is virtual. Hybrid also lessens the amount of children in the school at one time. The next comment is from Candace Titus of Quakertown Borough. I'm going to ask that you consider reinstating the start time committee. Prior to the pandemic, this committee was doing great work. The need to consider this has not gone away. In fact, one could argue it is more important than ever to consider the mental health impact early start times place on our youth. Having a start time committee working concurrently with the redistricting committee makes sense. All changes could go into effect in the same year. Also looking at school start times now as the redistricting committee is considering closing a building is good timing. While multiple options are still being considered by the redistricting committee, one of the options puts 6th grade back into the elementary buildings, and another option puts 6th grade into Strayer. Either of these moves would result in one less building to transport secondary students to, making a 2-tier bus system a bit easier to manage. Next one is from, oops, I apologize. Shannon Herman from Richland Township. Please remember that the quality of education is largely dependent on the availability of quality teachers. The board's decisions have reflected the majority of the community, but do not seem to fairly balance with educators' needs nor safety. Are we encouraging quality educators to seek employment elsewhere? Without quality educators, schools are simply buildings. Let's be careful in trying to capture too much power, for it has long-term impacts. The superintendent voice is crucial to foster balance of the community demands and educators' needs. Teachers are employees, not children under our guardianship. We don't even require written doctor notes for every absence from our students. Treat teachers like prisoners and limit their voice, and you will lose them to other districts with fair and humane practices. The ego seeks to divide and separate. The spirit seeks to truly unify and heal. I support school spirit, but I've never heard of school ego. Next comment is from Alexandria, I apologize, Duzeskniega of Richland Township. Would the 8th graders in QCSD be administered the PSAT in 2020-21 school year as is in the years before? If yes, what is the tentative time frame? Thank you. Next comment is from Kathy Infante of Milford Township. Perhaps the board would like to clarify something for me. The positive test rate in Pennsylvania is 13.1%. The County of Bucks remain classified as substantial in their rate of transmission of COVID-19. All predictions are pointing to a continued rise in cases and community spread during the holiday season. In locations where the numbers are running high, like ours, the CDC, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Children's Hospital of Philadelphia all recommend schools should be teaching virtually. Recommendations you can choose to ignore. However, the CDC changes its guidelines in your favor for a reduction in quarantine time, and the administration recommends modifications to our health and safety plan. Are we in a position to choose which guidelines suit us? If you believe the scientific research of the CDC for quarantining, then why don't you believe in their guidelines for virtual learning? With a vaccine on the horizon, why are we putting the safety of students all at risk? The next comment is from Scott Hendricks of Milford Township. I have a few questions regarding COVID. What is the current number that the school percent is for us to go virtual? Why is the percent changing and what is the reason? The percent is constantly moving. Please explain why. Last couple of days, 565 cases. December 2nd and December 3rd, 629 in county, with war for time, the most in spring high, 163 April. Also, Quakertown Zip has 800 plus active cases. Also, location hospitals are at or almost to capacity. I talked to a few people about this and got different answers. Why can we not have a weekly COVID test for faculty and staff if you continue live instruction? And I believe that is all of the public comments at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments.
Mind if I make a comment, Ms. President,
Please.
as a parent and neighbor?
Sure.
You know, these last few weeks have been really rough since a specific incident happened. And I just really want to show my kind of disappointment in how everything's been handled by all parties. There's a lot of vitriol out there. There's a lot of meanness and anger from neighbors and board members and business owners. And I just want to ask everybody to kind of take a step back. And it's a really rough time for us as a district, as a world, actually, and a nation. Let's just try and be a little bit easier with one another and support the local businesses in Quakertown. You know, everybody's trying really hard, and this board is trying really hard to make sure that we're providing the best for our community. We're trying to provide the best education quality for all of our students, and try and make your tax money work for everybody to the best possible degree to find some spot in the middle. And someone's always not going to be happy, I know. But I just want to ask all our neighbors and all the other community members to be patient with the businesses, to be patient with the administration and the board as we're all trying to find our way through this dark room. That's it.
Thank you, and very well said. Certainly has it, and we know that through these winter months especially, it's going to be a challenge for us, so we have to be diligent. A couple of things that I want to note, and we can take it offline for the most part, but I do want to take a look at Mr. Wien, some of his requests. I know that I've asked a little bit about plexiglass and PPE and other things, so we can definitely take that offline. But I do feel like there's some validity into what those requests are. As far as Quakertown zip code, we do not have 800 plus active cases. We have approximately 160.
Might be a good time to transition to Dr. Damsker.
Well,
can answer
not
that
quite yet. Almost, we're getting there. I think that number that is being referenced, 800, that you see, I think that's being referenced off of this Pennsylvania COVID dashboard, is the total number of COVID cases that we've had since the pandemic began. So just wanted to maybe make a point of clarity there. And there was another thing that I did want to mention, but I can't recall. So with
I
that
had
being,
the PSEA or PSAT. That question, I didn't know if Dr. Hoffman or Dr. Harner could answer that one. The one parent had asked, I guess, if we were going to be doing the PSATs this year.
anyone care to answer that? Also, there's a change with Keystones that we should highlight. Not sure if this is the appropriate time for that, or we can talk about it later.
Can we answer those questions later on so we can
Absolutely.
move on with the agenda and then add that in there when we start talking about education and COVID and its impact on education?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question about the school start time? And what was the reason for stopping that? And are we considering reapplying that?
That's a good point.
There was no consideration last winter. The committee was put on hold. And if the board would like to recharge that committee, but running multiple committees we have going on right now might be challenging, and tying them in, it could impact whatever the recommendations that come out of one of your other presentations tonight, and which is not for with a recommendation, that's the redistricting committee. I don't see that the two being tied. The two being tied are is a funding issue with start times. And I think we need to sort through that one in January, February, and if start times becomes viable because we have the money to have a two-tiered system versus a three-tiered system, which is going to be significant in cost. I think we could resurface that in a heartbeat. I know the students enjoyed having a later start time when we were hybrid. They definitely did. A lot of good positive feedback on that.
So maybe we can look at revisiting that early next year.
Let's talk about it at a February board meeting,
Okay.
please.
I think it's an important topic, and I also understand, however, that we have a lot of other pressing things going on.
With regards to a question that is kind of in chat, I just wanted to point out the Keystone exams. I believe that we as a district require the Keystone exams. However, they are not required to graduate. Am I correct in that sentiment?
That is true. And there's also been, though, the one thing that is a big thing that needs to be discussed, and I think that Dr. Harner said he would mention it, is there was a law that was passed on November 25th. Dr. Harner, are you able to address that at a later time in the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. All right, Dr. Harner, I'm going to turn it over to you for your superintendent report. We're timing you.
Well, then we'll get into hopefully a lot of answers before of the comments that were made by our community members and by Mr. Wien. Yes, first thing is a read only, and I encourage all those that are home, the report from our nurses. I would tell you that they have been remarkable. I know last week for a fact they were working Thanksgiving Day, answering questions and comments that came down from Department of Health, doing contact tracing, doing all kinds of things. So just a shout out to the teachers. Please take the time for their perspective. I know some of you have commented about hiring additional staff. We have a contract for that, for additional staff nurses as backups. Janet, is there anything you might want to add from the nurses' perspective? I know you're out there. I'm going to put you on the spot. There you go.
That's
You're
fine.
on
No,
mute.
I would just second, they are working double and triple time with the contact tracing. I'm on the emails where I receive the notification from the Department of Health and the numbers that are coming in, and it is quite the feat that they are doing. So we are working as hard as we can to try and get coverage, and we've so far been doing pretty well with that.
You know,
And I know when we get into the presentation that Ms. Edwards does on our part 4 or chapter 4 on reopening, Dr. Damsker can speak a little bit about contact tracing, because we had a really good superintendent's meeting today across the county, and he was there, and he'll be able to give us an update on that. Okay, the first presentation this evening is going to be from the reopening committee. Ms. Edwards, if you would like to do the introduction.
Redistricting.
Redistricting, sorry.
We're mixing our reopenings and redistricting.
I got too many re's, okay.
Other things.
Restart times.
No, it wasn't that one. Yeah. Tonight, it is my pleasure to introduce to you David O'Donnell and Jason Gerhart, who are the co-chairs of the Elementary Redistricting Committee. And they're going to give you a little update on the committee's work to date. As a reminder, all the meetings are recorded and posted, so it is hopefully accessible to everyone who is interested. And before I turn it over to them, I just have to comment on the dedication, the thoroughness, and the thoughtfulness with which every member of this committee is approaching the work, and it's really awesome to see. So, David and Jason, I will turn it over to you.
All right, we'd like to thank you for inviting us and allowing us the opportunity to give us an update on the progress of the Quakertown School District Elementary Redistricting Committee. At this time, Joe, would you be able to put our presentation on? All right. I just wanted to remind everybody what our charge is. Our charge is to develop options for the grade level configuration and redistricting of elementary or K through 6 students to be implemented in the start of next school year, 2021-22 school year. We're to evaluate those options based on impacts on academic programs, student and families, cost effectiveness, efficiency, facilities, including the future use of Quakertown Elementary and the 6th grade center, requirements for construction, renovations, or modular classrooms, transportation, personnel savings, and other criteria as the committee deems appropriate. We're to report these findings in the decision matrix and recommendation to the board no later than January 31st, 2021. Each of the Quakertown District schools, through kindergarten through 6th grade, has 2 parent community members represented, and some schools have alternates, which are all listed on this slide. David O'Donnell and myself, Jason Gerhardt, are the co-chairs of the committee. The committee is very dedicated, caring, asking a lot of questions, participating in many topics, discussions with different life and career backgrounds. We encourage the committee representatives and alternates and the community to participate and share their questions, concerns, suggestions, ideas, feedbacks, etc. with each other, the committee co-chairs, the school board, district and building administration, and we will do our best to request and receive any vital information needed on behalf of the current and previous redistricting committees, administration, teachers and staff, and most importantly, from parents, students, and stakeholders of the district, we are all represented. If one person has the same concerns, questions, and/or hesitation, then there is most likely others feel in the same way, and we should discuss during our redistricting process. Public information is available on the district website, QCSD.org, under Assistant Superintendent, Elementary Redistricting Committee 2021, and public comment can be submitted at QCD.org. I'll repeat that again, public comment. If anybody has any comment, we do appreciate and take all feedback, and we read it at our public work session meetings. Or public comment can be submitted at elmredistrict@QCSD.org. We'd like to give also a special thanks to the QCSD district and building administration and PASBO consultant Wayne McCullough for the professional guidance, information, and assistance through the process. A little bit of the timeline of how we're operating. The committee was formed in September through mid-October. We got to know each other's personalities and backgrounds. We established decision criteria and weighted each decision impact from October to mid-November. And we're continually throughout that whole process, we've been gathering data from the district and receiving the community and building feedback. And we will continue to do that up until our recommendation. We have been in the recent weeks have been attending all 5 elementary schools, and we will be visiting Strayer and also the district office building in the next couple of weeks. So we are getting out in front, seeing what the students and teachers where they're spending their day and getting a lot of good insight and feedback from the principals from each building. We're creating and finalizing our decision matrix based on our decision criteria. We'll continue to do that from late October through mid-January. And then we are working on the Forecast 5 software that you guys approved and for the district to purchase for a tool to assist with drawing the boundary lines and finalizing recommendations. And we just got word today they are inputting all that information and hoping to have it completed mid to late December, so we'll have access to that in January. And then we'll come back to you guys in January to give our final recommendation at the January board meeting. Well, some of the issues of discussion, there's many discussions we've been having. Some meetings, they're concentrated on certain issues, and other meetings, they are more detailed. So some of the problems we've been noticing, we've been having 4 of our elementary schools are overcrowded, and being anywhere from 84% capacity to 99% capacity, and 100% to 125% on section usage, which makes utilizing non-traditional learning spaces and larger class sizes at Poff, Quakertown, Richland, and Trimblesville. On the other hand, we got some underutilized buildings. Some of them are by design. Nidec is only about 63% capacity right now, and 6th grade center is as well, being 1 grade in a very large building, only has about 60% filled, which is given empty classrooms and smaller class sizes in those 2 buildings, which is what we're trying to balance. Also, one of the main issues that we have been discussing is equity throughout the district. So one elementary school is not receiving, so we're equal across the board. And it seems like right now, all the other elementary schools have been addressed, and Quakertown, it leaves Quakertown Elementary, which is constantly, every meeting, a hot topic. So some of the issues we've been noticing at Quakertown Elementary is only a 2-section deep school, while other schools, elementary schools, are 3 to 4 sections, which it doesn't allow QE to have the same educational programs to all the students as other elementary schools in the district. It is 60% economically disadvantaged students, which makes it the only Title I school in the district. It has some, it's a 1929 building, so it has some ADA accessibility issues. No HVAC, being the only school in the district that doesn't have air conditioning. And if it gets too hot, it could cause instructional time to be adjusted. And it makes it hard for the teachers and students to learn and teach. Also, being a 1929 building, it is a dated facility. The interior doors and locks are on good safety practice and when practicing hours drills.
So some of the data that we received from the administration is around the enrollment data, and there is a trend for declining enrollment in the district, and it looks like that trend is going to continue. One of the things that we asked for when we were analyzing this data is a look at historic predictions to determine accuracy of this. We did just get those reports earlier this week, but I didn't get that onto this slide yet. But it looks like the predictions are relatively accurate when forecasting out up to 5 years. Somewhere between 2.5% and 3% in either direction is about the average for the predictions. Over the last 10 years, it looks like the worst prediction made was about 6% off, and the best was less than 0.5%. So the accuracy of these enrollment trends is pretty solid. So this also mirrors what we're seeing at the state level. Can you go to the next slide, please? So discussing these trends with declining enrollment, we're looking at about losing 100 students enrolled at Quakertown year over year. So 5 years out, we should be about 650 students less than what we have now. This trend, like I said earlier, is matching what is being reported at the state level. that public school enrollment is declining overall. Another element that we've been looking at is birth rates, and the fact that birth rates in the area are also declining. Birth rate is the largest factor with impact to enrollment numbers. When birth rate goes up, enrollment numbers go up. There's also potential impact to our birth rates caused by the pandemic. And currently, pandemic impact to birth rates is going to cause an additional depression. So our birth rates are going to continue to decline, and our enrollment is going to continue to decline. Next slide, please. So given all that information that we've collected, we do have our decision matrix. Now, this is what we're working on now and through the end of January, is talking about the different options that we have and weighting the impacts on these different criteria based on those outcomes. So things that we consider on the committee as being of the most importance for decision criteria are capacity and class size, impact to programs, financial impacts to the district, and then student and family impact. We have a lot of other criteria outside of that as well, but these are the ones that have the most importance in our decision-making process. So we're looking at whether or not classes are reasonably balanced and what the building capacity can be as we adjust lines and potentially move children from one school to another, what that does to class size, what that does to building capacity. Again, making those changes, what impacts does that have to special education programs, academic programs, impact to specials, art, music, health, and phys ed. And then also what are the cost implications of what we're making the recommendation on? So we're not going to recommend something that there's no chance the district will be able to pay for it. So looking at cost effectiveness and how much everything is going to cost. And then finally, what's the disruption to students and family? What are the transportation changes that are going to occur? And again, the Forecast 5 software that we are going to be using is going to give us a lot of insight into all of these different criteria and allow us to look at those impacts in real time as we physically drag lines across a map and see the impact to these different criteria. Next slide, please. And that's pretty much it. So do you have any questions for us?
I did want to at least commend the work you're doing. I've been watching all the meetings, and you guys really are going deep into detail on a lot of these things, and it is really important. We do have to figure out what we're going to do with our students. We need to ease the overcrowding in the schools that are overcrowded and utilize that brand new space that we just got finished or are just finishing up with at Neidig. So you're doing good work. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The trend line was pretty stark, so I'm glad you had a nice visual to show that. That says a lot.
Are you experiencing any, so first off, I'd like to echo Chris's and John's comments. Thank you for the work you did. Are you experiencing any complications that are running into any issues as a committee, as the chairs of the committee, that you need our assistance with, or you think we should be aware of?
I would say that we're doing pretty good. I think we've got participation has increased in the last several weeks. I think we're now getting data collection, and trying to ask the right questions was slow at first. Trying to get everybody on the same page and trying to look at the data so that we know what questions to ask, right? But the administration's been very forthcoming and very, very, very receptive to every request that we've had. The principals that have been giving the building tours for us have been very open, and it's been great hearing from their perspective. So it's helping us in knowing what questions we need to ask and what data we need to collect. And now that we've gotten so much data, now we're starting the phase of discussing it and trying to make sure that the recommendation that the committee presents at the end of January is a reflection of the opinions of the community at large. We'll try and do the best we can.
I also want to say thank you to you guys and the whole committee, Jason, David, and all your other constituents on the committee. Thank you for taking your personal time away from your family and your work. We all take our personal time, but most notably you guys right now. Thank you so much. Your hard work's really appreciated. That was it.
The only thing I'd like to add with Keith is just continue spreading the word that this is going on. We're trying as much as we can to get the word out, but with everything being virtual and not having the in-person drop off and pickups and getting in the schools and everything else with life going on, our meetings are open to the public and low attended. We usually have them pretty much every Wednesday night. We added 2 this month just so we can keep the progress moving, and we haven't missed any if needed ones. So we've done a lot of meetings, but just keep spreading the word and keep giving us your feedback, because like I mentioned earlier, if one person has that question, there's probably others.
I'll raise a question then, because
Thank you.
yeah, I think this question is probably on a lot of minds of the public, but no one's asked it. I saw that you did birth rates as one of your primary targets about population growth. I want to make sure you're also doing development, because I know that everybody talks about houses popping up. I just want to make community aware, and you speak to how are you handling current and future development as planned within the region.
So we have reports from all of the townships within the district on development plans, housing that's being considered, or housing that's currently being built. I believe the largest development currently is 59 units, and that's off California Road. But all in all, I think for the next, I think it's 4 or 5 years out, the way the report was dated, I think we're less than 70 houses being added. Obviously, that's a question that keeps coming up. We keep discussing it because we do, this area has been growing year over year. But as it is now, there's no 300, 400 unit developments anywhere on the horizon that we're aware of.
No, so again, it helps the public to know that you're mindful of these things. That's why I wanted to raise the other issue. And the other is just a statement. I want to make sure the committee knows and the board members know that this district redistrict committee, we had a similar one about 5 years ago, because as people come in and out of the district, where children live changes every year, sometimes every month. And the reason schools get overcrowded is because just by nature, just by people coming in and out, those lines that we hard line here, the children just don't stay on those lines, they move. And you always end up with schools that are underpopulated and overpopulated. And you have 2 choices. We can force kids into other schools, which was what the open areas did many years ago, or every 5 years, we can hardline change the lines. That's what this board has chosen to do in the past, and what it's chosen to do this year as well. I want to make sure anybody listening in the public is aware that once they're done this task right now, it'll be 5 years again, and we'll reinstitute a new committee to do exactly what we're doing here. This is just the nature of population in any school district. So I just want to make sure that's clear to everyone.
And 5 years is our goal. If we can come up with a recommendation that the board approves and it's well balanced after 5 years, I would consider it a success from the committee. Because after that, it's you can't really control where people are moving around.
As far as your modeling with the tool, do you have in addition to the criteria that you showed, do you have a sense of weighting, like this criteria is more heavily weighted than another one?
Yeah, that was what the committee spent the first couple of weeks on, was coming up what the decision criteria were. And then we all essentially voted on what we felt was the most important in a ranking system, and then we developed a weight for each individual metric. So when we're all said and done and we start whittling down the options, what we'll be left with is the one that has the overall highest weighted best option as discussed by the committee. And we started out with 10 options. I think we're down to 5 right now.
Okay.
And we are considering adding some more after our last meeting. So I mean, nothing's off the table yet. As we discuss things, you know, it's fluid and we'll adjust.
Cool. All right, good. Thanks.
All right, without any other questions, I again like to also commend this committee for putting in your time, and we really appreciate the information. And we look forward to hearing all your other findings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a good
very
night.
much, gentlemen, and thank you, Nancy,
you.
for that presentation.
Dr. Horner, is it okay just because Dr. Damsker is on and I know that his time is valuable that we allow for him to give a brief, I guess, not presentation, but just summary of his observation and findings? Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, our next topic is our reopening, which has all that in there. Dr. David, can you stick around for Nancy to go through her slides, and then I think it would be helpful after that, those slides and your thoughts on them would be most helpful for the board and the community.
These slides are the ones that include the new quarantining from the CDC, correct?
It's the ones I shared with you this afternoon, sir. And David had, Dr. Damsker's had them the same amount of time you've had, but though he has been busy. David, sir?
Yeah.
Can you
Sure, I'll
let?
go ahead. Yes, go ahead and
Good.
get started.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edwards, would you please tee up your presentation?
Sorry, I started the presentation, but I was still muted. So sorry for that lost 30 seconds there. This is the next one in a series of updates on reopening and the impact on our health and safety plan. The first slide shows the trend in the district staff case and quarantine data. And it's broken down similarly. We have had some increase in positive cases among staff members. It's still a relatively low number. The bigger impact on staffing has been the increase in the number of staff members who have a positive, a member of their household who is COVID positive. And so that's having an impact on our staffing. Next slide. Okay, this is the same information for students. And again, there's a small increase in the number of cases, not dramatic. And you can see the other categories there. Okay, this is an updated version of the chart that we've used for staffing decisions related to COVID for employees. And it does include, I'm not going to go through it in detail because most of the elements of it we're discussing later in the presentation, but this is revised to reflect the updated guidance and recommendation that we're making to you tonight about the health and safety plan. So it is pending your approval. This part of the PDE guidance has not changed. And as of the week ending last week, Bucks County and the surrounding counties have spent our fourth week in the substantial category. But as you'll see in a moment, PDE has released new rules that help with this substantial category, supposed to be in full remote learning, by providing quite a bit of flexibility to school districts. What's going well and not, we continue to have a high level of compliance at school with the health and safety plan protocols. We still, and I think Dr. Damsker will confirm this, don't have any evidence of spread occurring in school buildings. We do have a couple of situations where there may have been transmission via a bus. Overall, we are holding steady on our staffing levels. It is not always ideal, and our principals and staff in the buildings deserve a lot of credit for both their creativity and flexibility in meeting the needs of students, given some of the challenges. So we are holding there sufficient to continue to provide live instruction. And then I guess what is a negative is the case and hospitalization levels around us in the community and in the surrounding region do continue to rise. Now, this is what we were working on yesterday. Okay. I had met with the nurses, Janet and I met with the nurses, and we looked at all of our quarantine data going back to when we opened live school in September. And in looking at that data, there were additional positive cases reported in quarantined individuals who had a positive member in the household. So for example, a sibling, we would exclude a sibling because their sibling had tested positive or had symptoms, and then the sibling would also be positive, would be one example of how that would play out. There were in 2 different situations, additional positive cases reported in quarantined individuals when there was close contact on a bus. I don't know that that means that that's where the virus was transmitted, but there were 2 situations that the nurses had that suggested a connection there. But what the data also showed is that from other close contacts where there wasn't a positive household member and other than a bus situation, we did not have any cases that we are aware of that occurred in a close contact other than those 2 kinds of situations. So yesterday, when some of the rules changed, what our recommendation was going to be would be to maintain the quarantine protocol for household members and bus close contacts, and obviously if symptoms were exhibited, but look at reducing the quarantine requirement for other close contacts without symptoms. So that was what we were working on. So now we go to the next slide, because of course that was yesterday, a very long time ago in COVID land. And the CDC put out some new options. So it's important to note, they still recommend a quarantine period of 14 days. But based on data that they have evaluated regarding when transmission currently happens and so forth, they do provide now for 2 options that can shorten the quarantine period. So it's acceptable alternatives for close contacts. And it's based on the availability of testing in your area and things like that. So the options provided are that quarantine can now end after day 10 if no symptoms have been reported, and that would be without testing. Or it can end after day 7 if no symptoms have been reported and there's a negative test. So that was just an update. Well, I guess it was 2 days ago now. December 1st was now 2 days ago. Okay, so that was the new CDC guidance that came out. So on the next slide, I tried to lay out what it is we're doing. So our current health and safety plan requires the 14-day quarantine period. I listed there the CDC update that just occurred the other day. The Pennsylvania Department of Health is maintaining the 14-day quarantine recommendation, and we did, Dr. Harner reached out through the IU to the Department of Health to see if any change in their recommendations was forthcoming. And at this time, they just said that if or when they make a determination to change the guidance, they'll communicate about it. But they did not communicate any change. And maybe Dr. Dansker would have more information on that as well. And then the Bucks County Department of Health, Dr. Dansker communicated with superintendents, and you see there what's listed. So if you don't have a person in your household, then the day 10, day 7 piece, similar to the CDC, is available. So those are the 4 different, I don't know what you want to say, approaches, guidance that is provided by all of these different agencies and individuals. So given all of that, and given what we have seen in our local data, meaning that no close contacts, if they weren't a household member or if it wasn't on a bus, have then been positive, we are recommending that the board approve a change in the quarantine guidelines in our health and safety plan to adopt the CDC Bucks Department of Health guidelines, but to continue the longer quarantine for bus close contacts, since that's an area where we have had some concern. And that then, as you know, Mr. Kern is fond of saying, let's monitor the data and adjust accordingly. So continue to monitor our school district specific cases to make sure that if there are any areas of concern that aren't captured by this change, that we become aware of it quickly. And then just that we do need to continually update the health and safety plan as required when new orders or mandates come from the Department of Health and PDE. So that is the update on the quarantine piece. Okay, so now the related topic has to do with when are schools required to close. And if you remember, PDE originally had a very hard and fast kind of all one size fits all approach. And they have changed that. So right before Thanksgiving, they released new recommendations, and we're going to go through those in a minute. And the recommendations are recommendations and they are guidance. However, okay, then an order was issued, which says that if we're in a county with 2 consecutive weeks of substantial transmission, which we are in Bucks County, in order to continue to offer in-person instruction to students, we have to sign what is called an attestation form. Okay, and Dr. Harner and Mrs. Mitchell did sign that form and submit it before the September 30th deadline so that it would be legal for us to bring students back for in-person instruction after the Thanksgiving break. And what it is that they have attested to on behalf of the district is that we agree that we are going to comply with everything that is in both of the links that are shown, the universal face covering order and all of the associated pieces, and everything that is found in the recommendation for pre-K to 12 schools. Next slide, please, Joe. You know what? I don't know that the order of that one makes sense. Let's see. Can we go one more slide and we're going to come back to this one? Okay. So this is what the recommendations are going forward. And it is now divided into small schools, medium schools, and large schools. So small schools, less than 500 students, would apply to the 6th grade center, all of our elementary schools, and the academy. Okay. And as you can see, when you have in a small school, 2 to 4 students, staff members in the same school building who develop COVID, have a positive COVID test within a rolling 14-day period, we should consider switching to hybrid. We should close school for 3 to 7 days for cleaning and for contact tracing, okay? And then if you had 5 or more students, then the guidelines are in that category. Okay, we're going to talk about the asterisk in a couple minutes, so bear with me. Next slide. Okay, so here we are for medium schools. So in our district, medium school would be Strayer Middle School. And again, the threshold there for when you are to close school is 4 to 6 cases within a rolling 14-day period. And again, the primary purpose for the closure is to allow time for deep cleaning and to make sure that all close contacts have been identified and quarantined. All right, and then the next slide is large schools. Okay, so this would apply to the high school, and here it's 6 to 10 cases where the requirement to close is triggered. So now can you go back, Joe, to that right before small, right there. One more, there we go. Okay, so there were a lot of questions about how do these cases in the 14-day period get counted? And so there is guidance that came out on what that means. So the rolling 14-day period starts from the symptom onset of the first case identified in the school. And we were closed over Thanksgiving for 5 days. So for us, the earliest that the 14-day period could have started would be December 1st, okay? And they describe what cases count. So it's a confirmed or probable, but only when the individual was physically present in the school setting, okay? So it doesn't include, for example, a student who's virtual, a student who is quarantined when they become ill, or a student who's absent. It is only when the individual was physically present in the school setting during the infectious period. So when you accumulate the required number of cases within a rolling 14-day period calculated as described, then you are required to close, and I'll get to the asterisk in a minute, to close to allow time for cleaning and for contact tracing. So then what happens? Because when you reopen, you might still have that many active cases, but the rolling 14 days then resets. So if they list an example, this is taken directly from the from guidance that came from PDE. So if a large school has 9 cases, so they close for cleaning, when they come back, the 14 days doesn't start again until there is an additional case. In other words, you've cleaned, you've contact traced, you've removed everyone from the school environment who potentially is infected. And so you get your counter goes back to 0 until there is a new case, and then you start counting again. I just wanted to note, because we do err on the side of complete transparency with our families, and we do send letters to make sure they're aware when there is a COVID positive case in school. And so I just wanted to make a note that counting letters or counting the number of cases listed in the letters that we send for transparency purposes might or might not match the number of cases that are counted for the purpose of the rolling 14 days. Okay, so that may be more detail than people are interested in, but I do want people to understand transparently how it is we're applying these rules. Okay, so now, Joe, if you could go down to slide 16, we will talk about the importance of the asterisk, because what you might notice on the slides for small, medium, and large is that there's an asterisk at the bottom that says if you can do your case investigation, contact tracing, cleaning and disinfecting more quickly, then the length of closure time can be shortened. So then we looked at, what does this mean from a practical standpoint? All right, now there are 2 parts of this that's addressed in the attestation. And remember, that is something that we certified that we agreed that we would do. First, I wanted to address the contact tracing piece. And some of this was repeated the last time we presented a reopening update. Our nurses do an excellent job, supported by our teachers and bus drivers, doing seating charts and all of those kinds of things, They do the case investigation that supports the Bucks County Department of Health in completing contact tracing quickly. So they look at when was the last day that the person was physically in school or work. Are there close contacts in classrooms, on buses? Do they play on a sports team or a club where there might be close contacts? They send our close contact letter to those individuals to let them know that we're reporting their name to the Department of Health as a possible close contact. And that supports the Department of Health in completing the contact tracing in a timely fashion. And I know staff from the Department of Health have been very complimentary of our nurses and their thoroughness and the speed with which they turn around the data. And I think it's very helpful to them in the overwhelming task that they're trying to do. Again, a little note I wanted to mention, when we were in hybrid, we had very few close contacts because students were seated further apart. And so for positive cases, we might have had 0 close contacts in school. Because remember, that's within 6 feet for 15 or more minutes. Once we return to 5 days a week and everybody's closer together, now we have many more close contacts when a student tests positive, because most of the children, depending on where they sit in the classroom, there could be as many as 50 other students that sat within 6 feet of them for 15 minutes or more during the day. So it does increase the number of close contacts. Okay, so as I said, and I really want to give a shout out to our nurses here who are just working tirelessly to get this right and accurate and all of that. They complete all of that almost always within 24 hours. So in most cases, we would not need to close the school to provide time for within school contact tracing, even if the process isn't officially finished by the Department of Health yet. Because we will be able to complete that and know who needs to be excluded from school really quickly. So, and I would also mention that the Department of Health has said they're prioritizing contact tracing for school-related cases and some other purposes, but for school-related cases to try to support us in minimizing closures. All right, now we get to attestation part 2, which is the cleaning and disinfecting process. And I would clarify, this is when the closure threshold is reached. So we're not talking about the regular daily cleaning and disinfecting. And the quote here is from the Pennsylvania Department of Health and the CDC. The links are there to both descriptions. So schools should close off all areas used by a case and not use those areas. So it doesn't mean that the entire building has to be cleaned and sanitized every time we exceed the closure threshold. So it's going to vary greatly how much of a building needs to be cleaned and sanitized. But that's the description. It's also recommended, and this is part of what the attestation addressed, that schools should wait 24 hours before cleaning and disinfecting. And if 24 hours is not feasible, wait as long as possible. So what does that mean for impact? First of all, the impact is going to be highly dependent on the building, the number of cases, and the scope of the areas that have to be cleaned. If you have an elementary building, student was in a self-contained classroom for most of the day, then you're going to have limited areas that need to be cleaned, and the process can probably be completed rather quickly. If you have a high school student who was in 7 different classrooms all over the building and in every hallway and might have used any of the restrooms in the building and so forth, then obviously you're going to have a much greater impact. The timing is important. If you hit the closure threshold on a Monday, you don't have time to wait the 24 hours and do the cleaning and have kids back on Tuesday. If you hit the closure threshold on a Friday, then you have the weekend, and there probably would not be any impact in terms of school closure at all. Another thing to note is that when we have these situations, our custodial contractor and facilities department are going to have to pull a crew together from other places in order to accomplish all of this, this work swiftly to minimize closures. So there will be some impact, not on the disinfecting of other school buildings, but definitely probably on the cleaning process. And SSC is already working with our facilities department to develop some detailed plans so that we maximize efficiency in the way we do this and minimize closures. So the bottom line is that in most cases, a short-term closure of maybe a day will probably be needed to meet the cleaning and disinfecting requirements. Another thing we just wanted to update you on is our continued staffing challenges. As I mentioned, we're holding steady, doing pretty well. You can see our Thanksgiving week blip there. But this chart, which Zach and Barb have put together before, shows our unfilled substitute openings. And there still is a trend line where we are needing more subs, and the number of filled positions is relatively static. So that still presents us with challenges. And then the other way to look at attendance, and I started thinking about it this way after a conversation with Mr. V at the high school. I guess it was last week. We have different categories of attendance and reasons for absence. And what you see there in the blue is leaves or leave time for things like bereavement or approved personal days or things like that that are approved in advance, generally known in advance, and they're not day of kinds of situations. The orange section of the bar is all of the absences that are COVID related, either due to FFCRA leave, teachers who are quarantined due to a close contact, usually in their household, who are teleworking, or other COVID related leave. So, and then the gray bar is a daily call out. So a person is sick, they call in sick. A person, their child is sick, they take a family illness day. So what you can see there is that even before a single teacher is sick and calls out sick or needs a family illness day, even before that happens, there is a large base of absences that are either related to pre-approved leaves or to COVID-related absences that really put us, I don't want to say, it's not close to yellow alert status in every building, but in some buildings, depending on the number of teachers with COVID-related absences, it pushes us pretty close to that threshold before a single teacher calls out for a daily reason like that. So it continues to be a challenge. Staffing will continue to be a challenge. I don't think that's going to change. And we just are working through it as best we can every day. Okay, so looking ahead or just summarizing, there is a potential for limited closures related to cases. And remember, by signing the attestation and returning it, we have agreed to follow those recommendations. It converts the recommendations into requirements. And as I explained, I don't think we will need to do that for contact tracing in most cases. It is possible that we will need to provide proper time for the cleaning and disinfecting process. We continue to have the potential for limited closures related to staffing. And remember, we have that yellow alert system in place, sort of like a winter storm warning when necessary. And then, every day there's new every day is too strong. Frequently, there is new guidance from the Department of Health, from PDE, that causes us to go back and look at what we're doing and see where adjustments need to be made. And then, of course, we don't have control over how other counties may be handling things where many of our teachers live. So far, so good on that. Although Montgomery was shut down for the 2 weeks, it did not have a substantial impact on our staffing. Okay, these are the recommendations for action, which is to amend the health and safety plan as I described previously. And then Dr. Harner kind of asked Mrs. Pallone to talk about this earlier. Supporting the case investigation process and the contact tracing process is extremely time consuming. And as the number of cases increases, so does the workload on our nursing staff. So we would also be requesting permission to hire additional nursing staff to support timely case investigation if that's needed, because doing that quickly is key to not having to close for contact tracing purposes. And I think that is it. So there are questions, or I don't know, Dr. Harner, if you want to ask Dr. Damster to speak now, or
Ms. Mitchell, what I'd like to do is, since Dr. D has bared with us over the last couple of minutes to hear the presentation and share some of his reflection on our work, our collective work. And thank you, Nancy, for the presentation, very in detail. Dr. D, you're up.
Thank you, Dr. Harner. I wanted to say that, Quakertown has been a terrific partner to work with. From the top on down, everybody has been, very cooperative. They gave us the information we needed in a timely basis. So I can tell you that you guys are definitely running a good ship up there. I want to give you that publicly, commend you guys. So obviously this issue with the attestation and the new CDC guidance, that's all kind of come about, in the last week or two, and it's been a lot for us. Obviously, it's been a lot for the school districts, I think that you guys went through a lot of great slides. Number one, yes, we are seeing a lot of additional cases right now. This is the most cases we've seen since the beginning. This is worse than the beginning, in many ways. Although at the beginning, we weren't sure how many cases we had because we could only test people for very specific reasons. At the beginning, the state had to call me to approve every single test. So that tells you how few we were actually doing relative to what was out there. But, we know we have a lot of cases. We have approximately, since schools reopened August 31st, we've had 954 cases in students and staff throughout Bucks County. And that's including all 13 school districts as well as private schools. And it's about 15% of that is staff. And about 40% of those were students that were totally virtual when they received the diagnosis, or they were virtual. So 40% of the cases that we're dealing with, didn't have anything to do with school. And I think, and I won't go into the entire discussion, but I think everyone is concerned about safety. I heard a couple of the comments at the beginning of the meeting. What I can say, though, is that the schools that have been open have not contributed to the surge here in Bucks County. And I don't believe that closing schools will stop the surge here in Bucks County. There's many cities throughout the country that never opened any schools, and they're just as bad of a surge right now as we are. So clearly, schools themselves are not a problem. And I think that the Quakertown Health and Safety Plan has been terrific. I think, as I said, that we've worked really closely with them, and I think everything's gone really well. But I want to make it clear to everyone listening on this call that, schools are not the cause of this surge, and closing this school will have no impact on that surge. And I think that's really, really important data to know about. And obviously, we are seeing cases in students. We are seeing cases in a few staff in Quakertown. And, of course, the staff is impacted by if you have a family member at home or you visited your father and your father had COVID. And so we are seeing increased numbers of people related, even if they're not sick themselves, they are on quarantine. Hopefully the new CDC guidance will be able to help with that. We can get people back a full week sooner on day 7 rather than day 14. If you don't get a test, you can still come back 4 days sooner. So every day sooner is good. It helps the students get back to school. It helps the teachers get back to school. And I think so that I'm glad the CDC did that. We had this data. We've been talking about this for months. We have yet to have anyone get sick after day 7 in Bucks County. Doesn't mean it never happened. It just means that the cases that we know about never happened. And so this data, goes very closely to what CDC has been seeing across the country. So I think it's a really good thing that they're doing. They're even looking at reducing isolation time from 10 days down to 5 or 7 days at some point in the near future as well. And that's because people are most infectious, only through day 5 after their symptoms start. So they may actually look at changing that too. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I guess people are not following quarantine and isolation throughout the country. Philadelphia has seen the same thing. Philadelphia was pushing to reduce this as well, and other major cities, and again, you're even if you miss the 1 in a million persons who get sick after day 7, the public health 30,000 foot view is that you're getting most people at that day 7 or that day 10 without the negative test. So that's just a little bit of beginning. I think the attestation, I think it's a little bit unfair. I think that the Department of Health sort of put this out there more to deal with school districts that did not have a local health department like we have here. There are schools in the state that were not making their students mask all the time. There were schools that just weren't following some of the plans that the Pennsylvania Department of Education had wanted them to follow. So this attestation was not really aimed at Bucks County or Montgomery County or the other counties that have a good relationship with their health department. So I didn't particularly like the attestation. I mean, it's just my personal opinion. I think it wasn't necessary. I think we were doing a really good job already with the school districts here in Bucks County, including Quakertown. And the matrices they put out with the numbers of cases for closure, that's not really based on any data. That's just based on, basically saying more cases bad, less cases good. And there really is no data to back up the fact if you have 4 cases or 6 cases in a school, that closure, would do anything other than give you a chance to look at the contact tracing. And as Dr. Harner and Nancy Ann mentioned, we have been working with you guys to jump on the contact tracing very quickly. So that's not really an issue. We feel that if we have a major problem, it's going to be potentially related to a sleepover, to a gathering that occurs outside of school, and you're not going to see the spread in the school. So I think that's really important to notice that if you have 3 cases in elementary school, it could have been because a 3rd grader had a sleepover with a couple of her friends, and one of them was positive, and they gave it to the other 2 kids. That itself shouldn't shut down a school, because the exposure happened out of school. It had nothing to do with school, and those 3 girls would have gotten sick regardless of whether school was in session or not. So I think that there's certainly some I think logical common sense reasons why the matrix isn't always the best thing to follow. But as was mentioned, the attestation was signed, and we want to remain open, and we want all school districts to remain open. And I think that working quickly on contact tracing, getting cleaning done, I think we can avoid most closures, not just in Quakertown, but in other school districts as well. So that's just my preliminary comments on what I saw tonight. Hopefully that helped a little bit.
Hey, David, quick question. Recommendations for modification to our health and safety plan. What do you think?
So I saw the last slide, I guess. I would say that I understand that you had issues with, maybe potentially on a bus, some issues. And what I would just say is that, now that the buses, there's no issues. If you want to, consider them a 10-day quarantine like everything else, again, we no longer have a 14-day quarantine according to the Bucks County Department of Health in this county. If you want to consider a bus to be a quarantine, that's great. I mean, I think, again, but that's a 10-day quarantine like every other exposure would be. And you can pay closer attention to the school buses. Again, that decision clearly is in your hands. But overall, I appreciate, the fact that you're moving on to the to utilizing the CDC guidelines. I believe that they are based on data, the same data that we have here. And we look forward to, continuing to work. I do think, hiring an additional nursing staff, that's not really, of course, in public health purview. But I do know that in Quakertown and other school districts, it is putting additional burdens on the school nurses. I had a conference call with the school nurses this afternoon from all the different school districts. And I know that they're working really, really hard. So I know that your request is not one that is taken lightly. I think that there's some real truth behind the need to increase the nursing staff during this pandemic. So yeah, I mean I think I'm okay with pretty much what you said.
If I can ask one more question, there's only 3 districts right now that are alive, like in Bucks County. It's Palisades, Penridge, and Quakertown. They're alive 5 days a week, K-12. And we've been able to, because of COVID, only had an issue one time. How does that compare to across the state and what you're seeing and what you know from all your meetings with the Department of Health?
You mean had an issue? What do you mean by that, Dr. Harner?
With districts and schools being closed across the state. You see that every day and hear about it. Perspective on how we're doing. It's kind of, I was looking for kind of some bragging rights. We've done really well keeping our kids in school and having our schools open. And that's what your statewide view, because you're reading all the reports that I'm reading.
Yeah, again, I think there's a lot to that. I think, like you said, you guys have done a terrific job in Quakertown. There's no doubt about it. I think again, it's helpful to have, Central Bucks, Council Rock, they're getting people back too. And you're seeing school districts actually move ahead in the middle of this surge. That's because of everything I said earlier, but it's because, again, you're working closely with your local health department. You guys have a terrific health and safety plan. And we all working hard to keep our kids in school. We know that's the best place for them. And yes, there have been school districts, including Montgomery County, that shut down. The Montgomery County Health Department shut down all of their schools for 2 weeks. Even schools that had no cases ever. And I don't know how well that went over, but I can tell you that we wouldn't make that recommendation. Certainly not based on just the fact that there's cases in the community, because as I said earlier, the cases in the community have very little or zero to do with the schools being open. Just look at any major city across the country that never opened their schools. They're having just as bad of a surge. So that should tell you what you need to know about the schools being issued. But yes, Dr. Harner, there have been other schools across the state of Pennsylvania that have closed for having fewer cases than what you guys have. So that shows your commitment to the students, commitment to safety for everyone involved. And again, we part of it, I think, is helpful that you have a local health department that has the ability to assist you and keep those kids in school. But I think, again, no one, whether people are concerned about safety or not concerned, I don't think anyone in Bucks County thinks that the best place for kids is not in school. There can be arguments made about, as I said, the surge and whether people think it's a safe place to be. But I can tell you that having kids in school in a structured, safe environment where the masks are being, held to, the distancing as much as possible is being held to, the teachers are watching those children. It's a safer environment than having kids out and about doing whatever they're doing, having virtual parties with other kids at their homes, not wearing masks, not doing things. Not saying everyone's do that, obviously, but clearly having kids in a very structured, safe environment, this is the only place where you're going to get that, where the kids have to follow rules. And your health and safety plan does a really good job of keeping the numbers down.
Dr. Demsker, it's Keith McCucci. I got a couple questions for you.
Sure.
One of the things that recently came up was, and maybe you could shed a little light. So if folks are masked up and are in the vicinity of somebody who tests positive, is that still considered a close contact? Are you seeing spread amongst that group?
So the answer is no, we are not seeing spread amongst that group when people are wearing masks properly. there's actually a few states, like I believe it's Missouri and Utah, and I think there may be more now, that when two people are both masked appropriately, that they are not considering that to be an exposure. So there's absolutely a lower risk. Right now here in Pennsylvania, we consider that to be an exposure. So if two people are sitting 4 feet apart for 15 minutes, and they both are wearing masks, even though we know the masks do work, and it's a very low risk exposure, as evidenced by the fact that all the kids that have been put on quarantine, sent home because they've been surrounded by, they sat around, kids less than 6 feet away. Those kids haven't tested positive. So I think we can say that wearing masks, nothing's 100% obviously in medicine, and I won't ever say anything with certainty, because as soon as I do that, something will happen. But I can tell you that masks are safe. Masks do work. That's why they work in hospitals, as you know, and healthcare facilities all over the place. And they have been working in schools as well.
So thank you for that. One of the other questions I have is really regarding, back, I think it was August timeframe when you were on last, you talked about community spread, and you sort of differentiated that from other types of spread that was occurring. Are you seeing an increase in community spread relative to normal spread that we would assume to be household contacts or close contacts?
I would say overall we're seeing more cases of community spread, but that's also because we're seeing more cases, in general. We used to have 30 cases a day, and now some days we have 250 or 300, or so the numbers of community spread has gone up, but I'm not sure that the percentage of the community spread has gone up. We are still seeing the majority of cases that we're able to reach, that they said, yeah, I had dinner with my friend who was positive. I went to visit my grandpa. He was positive. I got it from my mom who was positive, or households where the two kids give it to each other. So the majority of cases that we see are still related to unmasked exposures to friends, family, and coworkers. But of course,
okay,
the more cases, the more cases you have in general, of course, there's a little bit of additional community spread. We still have people that don't know where they got it. But I don't believe that percentage is much higher than it was prior. It just seems like more because our overall number of cases is higher.
Yeah, no, that makes sense too. So
I have one question, Dr. Damsker. This is John Kern. I was just curious, for the actual positive cases that we report, like as a school district, is that a combination of actual legit symptoms plus a test? Like, is there?
Well, no, right now, to be a confirmed case, you have to have a test. So are you asking how many people are?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering, then if it's a test only, for example, do we care about the cycle thresholds not detecting dead virus particles? Like, do we have any kind of metrics around that?
I wish we did, unfortunately, and I think I've talked about this, I don't know if on this meeting or not before, but the cycle threshold is set between 37 to 40. And what that means is, for anyone who's asking about cycle threshold, means the number of times you have to replicate the matter you get out of someone's nose to see whether there's any coronavirus in there. And if you have to replicate it 40 times, you may be getting little small pieces easily of dead virus that's been sitting in someone's nose for weeks and months. And so sometimes we have people that have no symptoms that test positive and they're totally asymptomatic. And we really don't know if that person actually has COVID right now, they had COVID 2 months ago, or they breathed in viral particles from someone who had COVID, and this person is never infectious or even infected, but they have small viral particles in their nose. And because the cycle threshold is set so extremely sensitive, because it's picking up every little thing. So we do have some people that are asymptomatic that we believe certainly aren't infectious, but unfortunately the guidelines that are out there right now still requires us, if someone never had any symptoms, to treat that like a positive case and keep them 10 days of isolation with since their date of test.
Okay, well, that answers my question, because I was afraid of that. Yeah. And by the way, when Dr. Dam says replication, that's doubling. So you take it, you double it, you double it, you double it 40 times. So it's like gabillions of doubling, right? It's massive. And it's like we didn't find anything, double it, didn't find anything, double it. 40 times later, oh, we finally found something. And it's so that's what we're talking about. It's ridiculous false positives. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Damsker, can you talk about the modified quarantine that has been enforced in other districts and how that has been going?
Yeah, so the modified quarantine process is when we take exposures, for instance, at school. And remember, I want to separate out really quickly between ongoing exposures and non-ongoing exposures. So an ongoing exposure would be someone that you're consistently being exposed to, like a household contact, where you have a mom who's positive and their daughter is being, every day, the daughter's exposed every day over and over and over again. So that person obviously has a much higher risk of developing COVID because it's a constant exposure. So we don't put people on modified quarantine that are in those type of situations, except if the case at home was able to totally isolate in the basement from the first day and it didn't expose anybody. But so a modified quarantine allows someone who had a one-time exposure or a non-ongoing exposure to continue doing the things they have to do, like go to work, go to school. And they never take their mask off in front of anybody else. They get no mask break. If they want to eat lunch, they have to do it in a way where they're either separate from others or they are clearly socially distanced from everybody else. And so the modified quarantine process for a school would be, for instance, let's say that little Johnny is in third grade and he's in a classroom that's only 4.5 feet apart. So little Johnny's third grade class may have 4 kids that are seated around little Johnny, that just because of by chance they happen to be sitting near him, we find out that Johnny was positive, and now those 4 kids are sent home or they're given a quarantine for the 10-day period from the last exposure, or 7 days with a negative test now. And so what modified quarantine allows is, because this is a lower risk exposure, and as the data has shown that throughout the county, that the people seated around kids in school, the ones that are being sent home or they're staying on modified quarantine like they do in Penn Ridge, Neshaminy, other school districts, those kids are not coming back positive. So what that means is it allows those kids to remain in school, the kids that sat around the positive case, assuming nothing crazy happened, right? I mean, these assume that everyone was masked and that there was a low-risk exposure. And what this does is you still have a 10-day quarantine, so no one who's sick is allowed to be in school. So if someone is given a modified quarantine, they have to wear their mask at all times. They cannot just come to, if they feel sick, they immediately have to go home and get tested or not come to school. This doesn't allow anybody with COVID to come back, anything like that. This is because I've heard some misconceptions about what modified quarantine is. This is for people that are not sick, that have had non-ongoing exposure that allows them to continue being in school. And again, we believe these exposures are low risk. We've seen it time and time again that the kids seated around and those children don't develop symptoms. Now, again, this doesn't mean nothing's foolproof, right? We're not saying anything's 100% ever. As I said earlier, you never want to say never, but we've seen that it hasn't been an issue so far, and we've done it, hundreds, if not thousands of times now in schools. And what we've seen is we recommend that it allows children to basically stay in school and continue learning, as opposed to having to go virtual for those 10 to 14 days. And we found it to be successful. Not every district is doing it, but in the districts that are doing it, we found it to be successful. And we do use it, obviously, out in the community as well. We've been using that for many, many months, and many thousands of people have been put on modified quarantine. Now, people on modified quarantine in general, they have gotten sick. This doesn't mean because you're modified, it doesn't mean you aren't able to develop COVID. It just means that you had a lower risk exposure, and if you do get sick, if you're following all the rules, you're not going to get anybody else sick. And it still allows you to go to work, to do what you have to do, especially if you're in an essential job like a police officer or healthcare worker, that kind of stuff. So I hope that makes sense. If I can explain it differently or otherwise, if you need me to.
I think it made perfect sense. I don't know if any other board members have any other questions.
Question for Keith. I'm curious, do they do modified quarantine at Lehigh Valley Hospital, since you work there in the healthcare field?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The reason I was asking Dr. Damsker about the masks is, I think we make an assumption that everybody's positive, right? So, but that doesn't mean we're in N95 masks all the time either. And so, I know there was a recommendation to use N95 masks earlier today, and my only thought was that we generally only save those for when we're doing invasive or aerosolizing procedures on patients. But if you're masked and come in contact with a COVID positive patient, no, we don't. I mean, we don't do anything different. We just go about our day. It's only if you're unmasked do we have to take any kind of precautions otherwise.
Or symptomatic, right?
Well, of course. I mean, obviously if you
People
develop
confuse that, I think, a lot.
I mean, and our threshold, of course, is healthcare workers, you don't want to get anybody else sick, right? So, we test a lot. We test a lot of our people continuously at times, right? So, one of the symptoms is a runny nose, and we're in middle of fall season, so people start developing their normal allergies, and everybody's getting tested. I work around it every day, and I think about it in the sense of you go to the supermarket, you walk past somebody with a mask on, or you're standing in line next to somebody, you have no idea what they have, so you have to assume that everybody has it. And I just think that again, I'm speaking from experience. My son was quarantined. A kid in his class had it, and he was masked up. The kid was masked up, and it just made me scratch my head, thinking, why are we quarantining this kid? It's happened several times to our students. We've heard about it time and time again, and it's not making sense to me right now, especially when these patients aren't converting.
Well, I think we look at the data too, right?
Sure.
The data has shown that we've quarantined hundreds of students and staff. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy Ann, we've not had one test positive after having hundreds of close contacts quarantine. So I think that really speaks volumes to me. Sorry, go ahead.
But doesn't it make sense? Oh, I'm sorry. Doesn't it make sense, though, that if someone who has been in close contact is allowed to come to school, that continued exposure increases the risk for the people around them? So, let's say Johnny, and Dr. Damsker's example, comes to school every day for 4 days. He may not have symptoms, but he was in close contact. If he does get sick, those 4 days have increased the likelihood of those, 6, 7 people around him.
I think based on that logic, that you could do a hypothesis that would state that we have done close contacts from day one and not one of them has tested positive.
He's asking about the continued exposure. Brian, you're asking about wouldn't it switch from an occasional exposure to an ongoing exposure?
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Oh, maybe Dr. Damsker, would ongoing exposures would anything in a classroom be considered an ongoing exposure, or bus for that matter?
Well, no. I mean, you could make the argument that theoretically, if a kid was sitting in the classroom sick for 5 consecutive days and didn't tell anybody, but hopefully we don't really see that. But yeah, so most of the time, a kid, he gets sick. Thursday afternoon, he gets home from school, he feels sick, he doesn't, and he doesn't come back to school, and then they, look back the day or two prior to that. But no, we would not consider that to be an ongoing exposure, because again, most of the time these kids are, by the time they start feeling badly, they're pulled out of school and they get tested, and they haven't been to school for a few days. So we don't consider classroom contacts to be ongoing exposures.
Well, Dr. Damsker, I had a question for you as well. So I heard, that's my daughter running in. I heard on NPR this morning, they had interviewed Val Arkush from Montgomery County. She's a commissioner there. And she had spoke about the staffing issues in the hospitals right now. And we're seeing something similar to that just with our own teachers here. When when I just looked up the data, and I don't know if, well, if anybody else wants to look it up, it's from the dashboard on our website from November 27th, or no, actually, sorry, it's November 25th is the last day that's listed here. We had just 9 positive cases district-wide. We had 253 people quarantined. And out of those 253 people quarantined, 20 of them were teachers. So I think that that's leading to our staffing issue. So in that case, would modified quarantine be able to help us be able to retain teachers and keep kids in the classroom, especially since we haven't had spread, or, you know, since we haven't had positive cases come out of these close contact quarantines that we've been doing?
Yeah, Mr. Spear, could I offer a clarification before Dr. Dansker answers that question? Is teachers that are quarantined due to close contact doesn't mean the close contact was in school. So most of the teachers that are quarantined for close contact is because they have a household member in their household who has tested positive, not because they're excluded based on a close contact in the classroom or at school.
Okay.
And those would not be counted based on what
Right.
I understand. We
Right.
would not, even if we did choose to go to modified, we would not count household contacts in that
But travel
category.
But travel quarantines, would they be considered something that would qualify for modified quarantine?
That's under a state order.
Not a state order, a state guidance. We can ask Dr. Damsker about that one. What do you, how are you handling that in the other districts, Dr. Damsker?
Well, the districts, each district, you know, does their own. We have a couple of schools that are following modified quarantine, and they're trying to get the students tested or the staff tested as soon as they come back. And that's probably the best way to do it, is to allow someone to come back and get tested as soon as they come back. But, you know, we are okay with utilizing modified quarantine until you get the test back, you know, especially for essential workers. Obviously, the best thing to do is not to have people travel at this point, not even to subject themselves, but sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes people have to go for whatever reason. But overall, I mean, most importantly, you know, I have to say that it doesn't make a ton of sense to travel quarantine, especially since, you know, here in Bucks County, we have a lot of cases, and you may travel to a state that has even less cases than Bucks County. And when you come back, for some reason, they make you get a test. So there's definitely some holes in that. I think that the state just doesn't want people to travel. I think that's the idea, is if you're traveling to go to a party or to a gathering with your family, they're trying to stop you from going. And that makes sense. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. But when you come back, if you practice, you know, a strict modified quarantine and attempt to get tested, you know, we're okay with that for sure. But it ends up being a district by district decision.
What about the classrooms? We have a lot of classrooms now where distancing isn't possible, at least not at 6 feet like you've recommended, where students would have to take off their mask to eat, and they would be in 3 or 4 feet from their closest person. How do we justify that and say that that's still a safe environment? That seems to fly in the face of logic there, Doctor.
Oh, well, what I would recommend in a classroom that doesn't have 6 feet, I would recommend that they do not remove their masks until they're able to either, you know, have every other row, for instance, take off their masks for the break, and the other kids, you know, quietly read or something, and then you switch the other kids take their masks off every other row, so you still maintain 6 feet. But by Dr. Levine's order, you cannot remove your masks if you're less than 6 feet apart for any reason at school. So I think that what you need to do is come up with a way of, as I said, either alternating, you know, rows, or moving the desks temporarily further away from each other, you know, in the corners, having some kids stand up and go to the corner, eat there, go to the hallway. You know, obviously every classroom is different, every school is different, but we are not supposed to be having, you know, meals and things in classrooms when the kids are not 6 feet apart.
So we should sacrifice the safety of the students in the school so they can go and eat in the hallway where they can be 6 feet apart from the rest of their class. See, again, that doesn't make sense. And it just seems like we're trying to force this.
How does that sacrifice safety?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Now you have students in the hallway.
Eat
Now
lunch.
you have in the classroom.
Yeah, they're just eating lunch. I mean, we're doing it already, so it's not.
What's the safety thing with being in the hallway? Is there a link there?
They're not in the classroom. So, and correct me if maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the things like Alice drills, maybe the drills like that, maybe that's not an issue being in the hallway like that, but we don't have the staffing to cover the classrooms half the time. And now we would have to put a staff out there in the hallway with these students who are eating in the hallway because they can't eat in their classroom.
Well, Brian, you're speaking of hypotheticals that we may not even know are happening. No, I'm saying the teachers may have already come up with a way to keep their kids spread at 6 feet while they're eating lunch.
They have been doing it. I'm just letting you know they have already been they rotate some kids into the hallway to eat. Kids are currently eating at 6 feet of distance. And so we're already achieving that.
Well, you know my opinion. I think this is a risk that we don't need to take. And I think it's a bad idea. No offense, doctor, but I think it's a bad idea for school.
What's the risk?
Eating lunch in the hallway is risky.
No, increasing the likelihood that someone who has been exposed, who could potentially be sick, is getting close and within 6 feet of distance to other students, and then increasing the risk that those students are eating in the halls. So no, I don't think it's a good idea.
Does the data mean anything to you, Brian? We've had 0 cases of kids that have been quarantined, and we have 250 or 300 kids.
Now,
does the data not?
So
does it not matter?
So can you tell me that quarantining them hasn't caused that to be 0? So by making them stay home for those, well, what was
14 days,
it's going to be now 10 or 7 or whatever.
They were exposed. So being home doesn't limit.
Right. So what I'm saying, and if I can finish, if by sending them home for those 14 days limits their exposure to the person that's been exposed or to the environment, then how can you say that wasn't the cause of those 0 cases?
The infected person's removed.
Because they didn't convert.
They didn't convert to positive.
Dr. Damsker, Penn Ridge and Palisades have been following your guidance.
But they didn't convert.
Okay, hold on. Let's back up really quick so we can try
I think it's important that Brian understands. They didn't convert. It wasn't like they were positive and then they were sitting in school and then became positive. And then, because I thought your question was valid initially. And then the more you think about it, when we have all these cases of kids that have been quarantined and not one of them has converted, it kind of debunks that theory that maybe they were positive and they didn't know it.
That's exactly what I was sharing earlier. The hypothesis here is what you're trying to state, Brian, is that if a close contact could be at risk. But what we're seeing after quarantining hundreds of students and staff is that our health and safety plan is working. The mask, the distancing works. So those students who are close contacts, if it were a risk, they would later be testing positive, but we have not seen one case of that happen.
And what about Penn Ridge and Palisades that have been following Dr. Damsker's modified quarantine? Are they seeing significantly more cases than Quakertown? That's the data you need, Brian. So Dr. Damsker, have you noticed more cases coming out of Penn Ridge and Palisades, relative to their student populations?
Certainly not from anything related to exposures at school, if that's what you're asking. I mean, they follow the modified quarantine. They keep the kids in school that were exposed into an in-school exposure. Again, we're not giving modified quarantine to household exposures. And they haven't had any of those kids test positive or get sick either. So, it's again, it doesn't mean it can't happen, Brian. It doesn't mean it won't ever happen. It just means that if it hasn't happened yet with the hundreds, if not thousands of kids we've done it to, it means that it will be rare if it does happen. And I think that we should be happy about that. And I think that, keeping a kid in school for the 10 days instead of sending them home for 10 days, I think is better for, certainly better for the child and better for the family if they have 2 working parents, and better for everybody involved. But again, I think what your question was. I think just to make sure that I got that right. Yeah, if the infected child that exposed these kids was removed from the classroom, if those kids are still in the classroom or those kids are sent home, their exposure didn't change. It's still the same level of exposure they had. So just to clarify, I think that's what the other members were getting at, is that once that infected child was removed from the classroom, the close contacts around them, whether they go home or whether they stay in the classroom, their exposure remains the same. And so if they don't convert, it doesn't matter where they are.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's easy to test for COVID and have symptoms and care about that one risk. What's the risk of not learning and not being in school and not socializing, right? That's a harder one to measure. So
No, I think that's an
it's a good
assumption.
conversation.
I think that's an assumption that you're making, that virtual learning is not a viable option. And I think that's not correct.
Well, we have data for that too, right?
You don't believe the data on that either, Brian?
I'm sorry?
You don't believe the data on that either?
I do believe the data on that, but I'm saying it's
What do you
Can I
attribute
finish?
to what do you attribute to the largest failure rate in the history of Quakertown, as evidenced by our counselors giving us a presentation?
What I'm saying is, in the short term, for limited times, and I personally think that virtual learning has the potential to be even better than what we're seeing and what we're giving it credit for. But for short-term situations, like a 7 or 10 day quarantine, I think it's a viable option. And I think it's something that, if we're telling people if they don't feel safe, then they should go virtually. But then we're turning around and saying, well, virtual is not a great option for the people that are on quarantine. Then I think we're giving a mixed message.
Virtual.
I think virtual is a decent enough option for a short term.
I think it's a good option for the people that choose it, because they have the support at home to support virtual. The ones that we force into virtual are the ones that are failing.
And I think that, as we've all said, our health and safety plan has been working. So I don't see the need to weaken that by going to what I think Dr. Damsker's plan does.
Well, it's been working except for the 3 days we couldn't open because we didn't have enough staff.
All right, guys, I hate to say, like, let's end discussion, but I do feel like there's been a lot of great debate and deliberation on this, but it's 9:30 and we still have a whole lot to cover. So Dr. Damsker, your time is so valuable, especially now that you're working around the clock in the office. I might add, for some who mentioned that your staff was not working in the office. I know that's not true, and I know that you're working really hard. And so we really appreciate your input and your perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Damsker. Hope you have that sleeping bag and pillow under your desk.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I didn't hear anyone say that, but our health department has never one day gone virtual. We have been in this building every single day since this started. So I believe Montgomery County Health Department may be working virtually, but we certainly are not. So if that helps, we make it it's a source of pride for us that we've never done anything but work in the office. So I appreciate your time, everyone's time. I know that these are difficult decisions for everyone to make. We're here to help, to provide data, to provide support and guidance whenever we can. So I appreciate the opportunity for being on here tonight, and thank you.
And Dr. Damsker, even though I disagree with you, I do thank you for coming. I do thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you.
Sure. Absolutely. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so moving right along, Dr. Harner, is there any other presentation, or can we move forward here?
No more presentations, just we made recommendations. They would be required for our health and safety plan. Apparently, Doctor, I know you did talk about modified quarantine, but we had 2 other recommendations there that we would like you to approve, and it appears that Dr. Damsker supports those. So I was hoping that you all would.
I would like to make a motion that we amend the health and safety plan to reflect the CDC and Bucks County Department of Health quarantine guidelines as described in the presentation earlier.
So move, I second that.
So we'll discuss this because I think that there is this, I know that we are going to be having a discussion around modified quarantine. So are you asking that, can you be very specific about what you're asking?
Ms. Edwards, would you
He's
put this
asking for the
recommendation
recommendation.
slide back up?
I'm asking that I'm making a motion that we follow the recommendation of the administration and amend the QCSD health and safety plan to reflect the new quarantine recommendations as described in Nancy Ann's presentation earlier, where we adopt the CDC and Bucks County Department of Health quarantine guidelines that were put out, I believe, yesterday.
So does that, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, does that not include, is this separate from modified quarantine?
Yeah,
Yes,
Caitlin,
this
to
has
your
nothing to
point,
do modified.
but Caitlin, to your point, it seems to be like there's additional information forthcoming in some of the other presentations that may affect the decision of some of the board members on the regarding the motion that was just made. Is that accurate or not?
It is, because there is on my president's report, we're going to discuss.
Then I would like to call the question.
What was that request?
I would like to call the question.
He wants
Can
to call
somebody
vote.
tell me what that means?
We have to
He's
vote on it now.
demanding an immediate vote. He needs a second to end discussion.
Jen seconded it.
Jen seconded his motion. Jen did not second. Well, you're right. You're actually right. You're actually right.
Don't
I'm
need a
sorry.
second for a call to question.
No, you're accurate. Excuse me.
All right. So we can vote on this. That's fine. It doesn't mean that we
Yeah,
can't
can
later
modify it.
vote.
We can add something else. So
Yeah, we
vote
can
on
add
this.
something later. That's fine. Let's vote on this, and then later we can discuss modified.
So we would possibly vote to change the health and safety plan twice in the same meeting?
Yes, because there's a call to question.
Okay.
So read the motion again.
Brian?
I didn't know if Terry was going to read it or not.
I have it, but I didn't get all of it. I have motion to follow the recommendation of the administration and amend
The QCSD health and safety plan to reflect the new quarantine recommendations as described in Ms. Edwards' presentation, where we adopt the CDC and Bucks County Department of Health quarantine guidelines issued yesterday, I believe it was.
Okay, QCSD health and safety plan to reflect the new quarantine per the presentation.
The new quarantine guidelines from the Bucks County Department of Health and the CDC that were, there it is on the screen. if that
Yeah.
helps.
Okay.
So the Bucks DOH and the CDC.
Well,
Yeah,
this,
but
this is follow the administration recommendations. You could have made it a little easier, Brian.
It also includes bus contacts. So
Yeah, I would vote.
I'm going to vote against it. Just saying.
Well, because I have an issue with separating out the bus contacts for now.
I think we can clarify, and I feel this board is not in support of this in its entirety, but you vote as you may. All right, let's vote.
Okay,
Let's
Mr.
do a roll
Reimers.
call. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Reimers,
A yes vote is to accept the recommendation, yes.
Mr. Spear,
No.
Mr. Klein,
I'm sorry, I was muted. That's a yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Kern,
No.
Mr. McCucci,
No.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
No.
Ms. Weed,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
No.
The motion fails 5-4.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to move on to the president's report, if that's okay.
Wait, I wanted to talk about, there was something on the agenda.
Oh, yeah, sure,
that was-
please.
It was the letter D.
Yeah, that was
Didn't
actually going to be something in my report.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't see a presentation on that, but it's certainly something that I do. Is it in regards, well, we're going to talk about both synchronous as well as the academic achievement. Is there one that,
Well, I think we should let Dr. Harner finish his superintendent's report maybe
Yeah.
first.
I think he said he was done, but correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
but he was.
I'm done.
Yeah. It's late, but keep tracking, guys. No, I'm
Well,
kidding.
no, I wanted to, so we're gonna talk about the,
We will. Yes,
Okay.
we will.
Yeah, I thought it was in Kaylin's report.
It is, but there's so much stuff that we have to cover. So there's several things in my report, which is actually different than majority of the time. I feel I normally don't have a whole lot in my report. So I am suggesting, and we're going to go through these each line by line. As everyone here is aware that it really makes a difference when we're clear about our leadership and what we expect. And that being said, I wanted to take a look at our amendment to the emergency resolution. And Mr. Kern had actually a lot of good feedback that I liked, but also the administration did a really good job of putting up there what is being changed. And this is in no way, this was kind of put together sort of quickly. And so I really do invite the board to look at this and make recommendations. So Mr. Kern, you did send out an email that was really good. So if you could share that with the board, what you shared with us.
Sure. Yeah, so I looked at the change. This is going back to what we guess approved back in July for it's like an emergency declaration about the pandemic and whatnot. And so I like the fact that it's, instead of, it was being engaged for 4 years, which I'm always worried about emergency powers that last long. So I was happy to see right now we're just saying for the school year, so I like that because it's, we can always renew it. We can do whatever we need. And the point was expressed back in July that it was basically because of COVID, it allowed, almost required us to do the health and safety plan each year, which is a good thing, subject to board approval and whatnot, and to guarantee that the instructional days that the Pennsylvania Department of Education demands are still being met, possibly through a mixture of in-person, hybrid, virtual, that kind of thing. So I like that. Elements that I noticed was the virtual learning may be employed when appropriate. So that to me says, we rely on the administration's judgment around what does it mean, what appropriate means. So I kind of like that it was a bit flexible there because this is, weird things happen and pop up. It's not like a snow day where it's a very well understood event. So I think, I like the fact that it left it open to judgment, which is a good thing. It allows flexibility, also a good thing. In case we have another, Friday night incident, whatever that was. So this allows the administration to make the call using their best judgment. Now, I noticed we did extract some language in there because it used to sort of dictate it was the administration superintendent. So I guess now it's implicit that is who's responsible. So that was one bit of a question I had. And then it talked about being tied to the just what we were just addressing, being tied to the Departments of Health and Education and the Bucks County Board of Health and their current mandates. So I'm always a little uncomfortable relying on, especially folks in Harrisburg. I'm much more comfortable local. But I guess that's probably maybe out of our control. We probably have to do it anyway. But as Chris always points out, oftentimes they're guidelines, not law. And then I just had one aspect about I think this was a little around, sounds like some of the wording around the cleaning and disinfecting and that taking time of if we do have to close. So I was just suggesting simplifying the wording around that so that it just says in accordance with the guidelines, the length of closure time for in-person learning might be shortened because we can do various. So I was just suggesting simplifying that instead of saying exactly how we're able to shorten it, because how we can shorten it might change over time as we're learning new things every month. So I didn't know if we needed to add something more explicit about it. If there is an emergency closure required or some other extraordinary event, the board should be notified, should be provided communication as far in advance as possible. That's the one thing I thought to add to this, so that we can avoid the kind of dust up and fallout that happened between Friday night and Monday,
Yeah.
before Thanksgiving.
And
So-
that's really what this is targeting is to try and it's a very difficult job to try and determine when, to say, even though the state does give us guidance and we have a health department here locally that we're lucky to have. I do feel for the administration in that they are trying their best to figure out, when to do what's safe. As a board, though, we want, I think, to see some meat around when we decide to change modalities. And so what I'm looking for from the board is to take a look and see what you feel should be used. And John, you bring up a good point. I mean, I don't necessarily like it either, but I feel like to some extent the Pennsylvania Department of Health has taken away our ability to make that judgment, and they're dictating to us when there are circumstances where we have to close. And there's a caveat, because that is if we're able to contact trace, if we're able to sanitize, that time can be shortened. So I'm looking for the board to help the administration in terms of their guidance to move forward with something like this.
Okay, my biggest unknown still is the role that the board has to play in approving anything, because it seems to me as if we haven't provided a clear metric or matrix, as the term is, for, okay, if this happens, we go virtual. If this happens, we don't. It's solely at the discretion, in a lot of cases, of the administration, which is frankly where I think it should be, okay? The reactions that we need to avoid are those reactions where the administration makes a decision based upon their knowledge of all the situations, their experience, relays it to the board, which they should do. They should communicate to the board president especially what their decision is. At that time, that should be the end of the board's role. They were informed, the president being the one who's most important to inform, and the administration's made a decision to either virtual or whatever, the change the modality, to use your phrase, then the board should not need to convene to discuss and approve. We can't have that be a standard practice where something happened, there is a decision from the administration to change the modality, and they need the full board to quickly meet and say yay or nay to that. We can't have that. And
Oh no, I
I'm
agree
not
with
sure if
you.
this
I like my
resolution
Sunday
gives-
Saints games.
Right, but I'm not sure if this resolution gives everybody the peace of mind that this kind of thing won't happen again, for whatever reason. You know, I'm not gonna create a scenario where this could happen again. There's millions of them, but I don't think this resolution covers us.
Well, what it
Unless-
states is that if a closure to virtual will not take place unless it falls under what is required to us, not based on whether or not there was a gathering of people in our community. And I think that is where this board is trying to prevent this from happening again. And it's also to benefit the administration to say there's some clear guidance around how and when we're going to do it.
And
Galen,
Ron, well, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
All right. Well, the other thing is, you know, on the regular school closings from PDE, you know, part of that attestation that they had a sign here, there's a range, you know, in the moderate phase, it's 4 to 6. So if we hit 4 students, does that mean Dr. Harner is getting on the phone and closing the school? If maybe the board would have wanted to go to that 6 mark, you know?
Can I just ask you to amend, because we're not closing, we're moving to a different modality. So there's a difference between being closed, and I know Keith wants to talk about this later, about closing, but changing to all virtual or whatever is not the same as closing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we got to get our wording correct, but yes, we agree, I believe, on that. So, but part of this is, yes, I agree with Ron. There's no way that we could convene to do these things. And I'm not sure of the exact way to word this, so it's going to work the best way possible. You know, there's some discretion here. And are we going to give that all of that discretion, at least with these state guidelines on when to close schools? You know, where does that discretion lie? Does it lie with the board? Does it lie with the superintendent? Does it lie with the county health director?
So what I had recommended, and I did just re-email it all back to you, but what I had read, I know I read a lot, so it's not easy, but it's you know, I like the flexibility. Sort of there's some fuzziness in there to give the administration the latitude to do the right thing and use their best judgment. I'm just saying, when, you know, for something that is a dramatic, different than what everyone expected happening, about to occur, no matter what, due to this pandemic, right? Not a snow day, not the, you know, because the yellow alerts, you already are giving everyone information about but this was, you know, if a little bit of, can you at least let us know this is coming down the pike? I'm not asking for, you know, necessarily everything has to be by the board. The only thing in this original document that required sort of the board's approval was the, you know, that's why I thought originally this was just about the document. You have to write a document and we have to approve it. Okay, sure, whatever. And then this was brought out as, no, this lets us do anything we want whenever we want. So I'm just saying, just please let us know, you know, when something extraordinary, and I don't know how to define extraordinary either. And it's, you know, maybe it's just that's enough of the understanding that we might need, and it may or may not need to be in writing. But that was the intent that what I suggested. Under extraordinary emergency situations, it'd be nice to know.
But John, to your own point just there, what you're stating is that if something extraordinary happens, you just want to know. You're giving the administration the power to make the decision to change a modality. You just want to know. Now, if that's the case for all the board members, I'm satisfied.
You broke up a little there.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Ron.
So
I can, a few board members, sorry.
maybe
Am I through clear?
No, you
Hello?
broke up a lot there.
Okay, hang on a second. Can you hear me? Am I back yet?
Yep, now you sound
Yes, no, hello?
Yep.
Okay, I'm back?
Yep.
Okay. What I was saying is, if your key is to be informed, we're all in agreement that we want to be informed. My concern comes when there are board members who believe that the decision that they're being informed upon is wrong, and they demand the administration to change course. That cannot happen unless we have a clear metric for the administration to follow. Because if they come to a decision based upon all of their experience, best judgment, and they are doing what we just asked them to do, informing us, this is their decision, this is what they're going to do. They can't be in a position where they've made that decision and have the board say no, unless there's a clear policy or definition or something written down as to why we would say no. That's my biggest concern.
And I think the metrics that came out, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I think they do create that metric you're looking for. That's the only thing I would disagree with you about, is that metric. I believe it's there now. And maybe it wasn't as clear before, and I'll grant you that. But my concern throughout this whole thing, since we learned about that event on Friday, was that I felt the board was overstepping its authority or its responsibility. You know, we hired Dr. Harner to do his job, and part of his job and his team's job is to make decisions that are educationally relevant to our district and our students. And I think he did that, and his team helped him, you know, kind of do that. Now, whether we agree with it or not, you know, that's something for a discussion later. But, you know, I'm concerned about taking that ability away in any way from Dr. Harner. And really the only way that we could make a decision then after that would be to go to the board. And there's actually a comment in the Q&A, and I believe they're right. If we would do that as a board, we would have to advertise that for 10 days and then have a public meeting. I don't think we can do that in a.
Yeah, and
Well,
so now
that's what we want to avoid, right?
Yeah, this is spinning into, this is.
We don't want to go crazy with this. We just want to provide guidance to
And
the
that's
administration.
And that's where I felt like the resolution that, as it was written before, gave him that authority and outlined that fairly well. I don't think we needed to change it. That was my.
I agree with you,
I
Brian.
gotta mention something though. You know, as we've transcended these waters throughout this pandemic, there has been what we, as the community board, listening to our community members, feel should be done, and the administration, and they haven't seen eye to eye. Now we've gotten to, you know, through, you know, blood, sweat, and tears, gotten to a point where we feel we're moving it forward. But I believe that because this is an unknown territory, that we should be a little bit more engaged to offer and lend support, because we're going to be the ones that take it back to the community equally, right? We're going to be the ones hearing from the families and the students like we do today. And so having zero say in anything, really just throwing our hands up. And again, I understand the difference between governance and administration. Or, you know, I understand that. But this is uncharted territory. And so I think sometimes if we could figure out a way to do it, having a conversation to make sure that we are all engaged in the movement, whatever that decision is, that we can support it, and then we can talk to the community on behalf of the administration like they are. I don't think we should micromanage it. I think we should find an area where it's, you know, it gives them authority to make split-second decisions. But I also feel like we should be actively engaged in the conversations to take it back to the community. That's who we're here to serve. And I think we do have an obligation for that. Granted, it's not fun. It's not fun spending time on the phone and, you know, wasting a Sunday afternoon and a Monday and all day Tuesday or whatever, that, you know, however it played out. But that's what we're here to do. And so to sort of wash our hands of it and say, well, whatever you want to do is okay with us without insight, I don't know that I'm okay with that. And again, I don't want to micromanage this at all.
No,
Um,
like I want to be clear, the administration has the flexibility and to use their judgment and do the right thing. Just for something that is dramatic, it would help everybody in hindsight to just be more informed and doesn't have to be some crazy amount of communication, but some communication. We would have nipped it in the bud. We would have understood your perspective better. We would have felt more unified, and it wouldn't have just splatted against the wall and been just a crap sandwich.
Yeah, but John, to your point, even to this example, we were informed and the reaction from the board was, hell no, we ain't going to do that. How do we prevent that from happening again?
A discussion with Dr. Harner and Nancy Ann and understanding more of the nuances around this. I wish in hindsight we could have just had the conversation we had after, right? We had a great conversation afterwards. Gee, it would have been great to, we did the conversation anyway, just we did it in the wrong order.
Yeah, I agree.
Simple.
And I got to say, if anyone, may I, or are you done? All right, thanks. My piece is, if any one person has the individual autonomy to make the decision, it's Dr. Harner. And I think he needs to have that ability on the fly. I agree with the sentiment that we trust that Dr. Harner will communicate with us about this before anything on the fly happens, even if it's on short notice. And I think that that's what some of the other board members are just trying to say hesitantly, that, before you go and pull the trigger on anything proverbially, you'll just bounce it off us. And I think, we just want to know that we have that confidence that we'll have that meeting beforehand instead of after next time.
Well, and I just want to interject one comment. I guess I don't understand the reaction by some people having to go virtual because of obviously the Friday night instance, and then there were teacher shortages, and the backlash that was against teachers, I thought was really uncalled for. So I have to say that, first of all. And what is so, emergent about having 2 virtual days out of a week? Because, a restaurant and some students and parents behaved badly in having an unmasked event. I think the administration needed to have the discretion to respond to that situation, which I hope doesn't happen again. But sometimes I think people aren't putting any blame on some irresponsible behavior here that happened in our community too. And way too much blame on the teachers.
Well, it sort of segues into a different conversation, Jenny, but when we talk about going virtual, when you're missing, over 54% of your staff, the kids aren't learning and they're struggling. And I have a couple kids right now that struggle with this virtual platform. Distinguished kid, my son's a distinguished honor roll kid, and he's even struggling with it. So it's not, I don't take it lightly at all to sort of pull the trigger to go virtual all the time. And so and again, the data's pretty firm on how well we're doing. So
the bottom line here, guys, is do we want to set some parameters around this, or do we not?
I trust the administration. They're the experts on this. And I frankly, I think that, the board should set the tone, if you will, or give guidance on what our expectations are. And, certainly not be disengaged. And I can't think of a way that we would be disengaged. But I think we need to let the administration do their thing. We need to let the experts run the schools.
I agree with you, Steve, but I think we may need to do a better job ahead of time of communicating to the administration what our intent is. Our intent is to try and keep the kids in schools.
I think they know that, Chris.
Yeah, but you know, when something like this happens, where it's an event that had maybe 30 people, maybe even if it was 100 people, we have 92 people every week on the sideline at a football game without masks, just as close as they would be at that dance, right? And the teachers didn't, 54% of the teachers don't show up every Monday because 92 people or 94 people at a football game stood maskless on the sidelines. You know, that should have been communicated, you know, that yes, this event happened. It was definitely not a good thing that it did happen, but you know, this isn't a reason to close schools.
Well, the difference is one was a no and one was a
Sir,
no.
they, just for the record, for all those listening, we were already at the threshold of not having staff. That was the issue, and making sure everyone remembers that. We did not have the staff to open schools, and we lost about 15 to 20 teachers after, because of not having the schools closed because of the incident. So we were already at the threshold of closing schools with a code yellow.
The
So
communication though spread by the principal was this happened because of this event though. That's the email we got.
Yeah, well, let's just move forward. I think,
But
you know, we can beat this dead horse and it'll still be dead. But yeah, you know,
We all agree. We want to give the administration the ability to make the decision on the fly. I think that we just need to set some parameters. I think this board has made it clear that we don't agree with closing or making a school go fully virtual due to what may or may not occur outside of our schools when we don't have all of the facts. And I think the administration understands that. So,
we do.
we're not taking this is not an effort to take away any authority, because the administration is ultimately going to have the authority to do this. We're just trying to set some parameters. The parameters, according to the state, are based on a number of cases within a school district within a rolling period. If that's what we're going to do anyways, then why would we have the administration enforce anything outside of that?
Again, I think even pre-COVID, if any one single person has the autonomy to cancel school, it's Dr. Harner. So, you know, we're kind of we could have this conversation last year before COVID and it would be the same conversation.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, it's during COVID times. So how do we give the administration the autonomy to do this while also making it clear within this, you know, emergency resolution that you do have the autonomy to do so, but based on our health and safety plan and based on what the state, you know, is guiding us to do in these kind of scenarios, not based on what happens outside of schools. I mean, does everyone have confidence that, you know, if we have the certain amount of risk according to the Department of Health, that we would take action?
Yeah.
We all do. So then I guess my question to the board is, why wouldn't we state that and say you have the autonomy to do this if it follows the criteria that's currently outlined in our health and safety plan, as well as the state mandates?
Well, it wouldn't be autonomy, that would be instruction. So we're actually defining when then he can close schools, which is not autonomy.
that would not account for a Godzilla attack either. So, you know, we need to be able to give him the power to.
I think that what I'm trying to say is I think we need to trust him.
I don't think it's a matter of trust, because I trust Dr. Harner and I trust Nancy Ann and I trust Dr. Hoffman. I trust them. It comes down to, again, as we go through this, I think it's important to understand that I think our job is to give, although governance in this particular scenario, in this particular pandemic, guidance and maybe, what direction we want to head to sort of reassure them that, yes, we're going in the right direction. And again, I'm not talking for the split second decisions. I'm talking about things that are going to affect us over days or weeks. We're not talking one day here, one day there issues, but
So
but
does
I'm
this,
cool with whatever people vote.
I mean,
you know,
does this board want to give authority to move modalities based on criteria that's not outlined in the Department of Health?
Couldn't we just say that, again, this trust thing, I feel like I understand why we're having this conversation based on past events. But I feel that Dr. Harner now knows what we expect to be communicated. Am I right, Dr. Harner?
Yes, sir.
All right, so how about, do you guys want to just table this for a later conversation and leave things how they are? Because it sounds like there's not really
I don't think we're going to resolve it tonight. So yeah, let's table it for a later discussion.
Yeah, I
Fair
think
enough.
the important part was the discussion
Yeah.
and understanding the viewpoints and.
So I'll make a motion to table this.
Well, there was no motion on the table at all, so.
No, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever even. Yeah.
No, it was
Can
just
I say-
sort of a,
Can I say three thing or a couple things? If
Please
I may. Here in the near term, because of our instructional model, we have winter coming, and our instructional model allows us not to put our student drivers out on the road, our buses out on the road, families driving their students to school, and we have the virtual model. So a decision on a snow day, working collaboratively with our other superintendents in Upper Bucks, since we share the tech school, that would be a situation where we would go and not come to school, but still have school. That's situation number one. The situation number two is on staffing, which was last week's concern. I didn't have the teachers to open the school. And that was before a Friday night event. Before a Friday night event. So that was,
I don't mean to cut you off, but, and I
the
don't
third-
want to
and
put
then
it
the
all
third-
out
then
there.
the third-
Go ahead.
Then the third one was about following the CDC guidelines. So those are the three scenarios of which decisions need to be made about coming to school or not coming to school. Snow, staffing, COVID.
And I think you have the autonomy for snow. Staffing, we have no choice about. And COVID, you know, we understand those, they're pretty well defined. I mean, yes, there's a slight range to them and maybe a collaboration with the county health office, since they will be assisting in those contact tracings, which would be required to reopen the school. But I believe the question was about other outside items, and you know, we really can't come up with that conclusion. That is going to be a very difficult thing to define.
Well, when we get to the number of cases, Mr. Spear, you brought that up earlier, you know, there's a range there. Obviously, when we get close to that range, that's when I start talking to the board. And we're sharing the data all the time with the community, with the board, about what's out there. So that's going to be easy to do, and I'll be within your ballpark, the board as a body, and making that decision. And in contact tracing, what you're going to hear soon from Dr. Damsker is because of the heavy load that he has and the limited staff, the contact tracing that goes on inside of school, buses, athletic events is going to be our responsibility. And then he has everything else outside. So it's going to be that contact tracing. Just so you're clear, it's going to be more on our shoulders than on his office.
Yeah.
So then the conversation goes to the board president and I on a phone call saying, hey, we're close. I just want to let you know that.
I want to move on, but, and I don't want to dig too deep in this because I don't want it to be divisive, but the decision that was made recently, what triggered the enormous amount of outages was the assumption that was communicated that we would close. And then obviously the board did not feel that was suitable. And there's
But
a
you
lot of
gave me
things we
the
could have.
authority, ma'am. You gave me that authority when I gave out that message.
I'm
So-
not, I don't want to go into it within the public because I don't feel like it's productive. But you and I agreed that we would talk about such events, and you talked to the school union president before you talked to me about those events. And that was promised to the teachers. That was promised before even talking to me. And that's what triggered the outage. Like I said, I didn't want to go into it, but I do feel like that there needs to be transparency on what occurred here. If we don't have enough teachers in the building, then we shouldn't go virtual, because if we go virtual in a situation where we don't have enough staff, that's not doing a justice to our students. If we don't have enough teachers there to give instruction to our kids, if we have 50% or more of our staff that called out, then that should be a day that's not counted at all. Because those kids are at home and it's considered a day on the books, but yet is it really a productive learning day? And I think that I would argue it's not.
Well, what's the option then, Kaylin?
Then you cancel the day and you
But I'm
make it up.
saying, if we cancel the day and make it up, when are we gonna make it up?
You can extend the calendar year and you can make it up within the other days in the calendar. Go ahead, Keith.
So one of the questions I have is, can we go on to this mandatory synchronized learning? Are we?
Yeah, let's go ahead and move on,
It's
because
like
I
11,
don't feel
it's
like
10,
this
12.
is.
We're not gonna be out of here
I know.
until
All
1
right.
o'clock in the morning.
So let's go ahead and move on. So the next item on the report is talking about mandatory synchronous learning. And I am very proud of the leadership that has already started to put that in place. And so I don't know that this is really necessary, but I did want to at least have some discussion from the board as far as what we expect with synchronous learning. And I think that could really attribute to the quality of education that we're giving our kids who must remain virtual. So we don't have to have a motion here, because like I said, it does seem to be already taking place in the high school and in Strayer, but I did want to have some discussion around this from a board perspective. What do we expect when it comes to synchronous learning?
So can somebody just from the administration give me what so that we're all on the same page? What does synchronized learning mean?
Dr. Hoffman, I know you're prepared for all this.
Sure, thank you. And it may help if you direct your attention to the document that is linked under the superintendent report, part D. Those are the secondary expectations for synchronous virtual learning that were developed collaboratively between our office and secondary administrators and teachers involved in that as well. So you can see what our expectations are, what the purpose is behind moving forward with more synchronous learning opportunities for students, benefits that we believe teachers will find through this, and certainly through students. And then you'll see the expectation outline, which is the new piece that was added there. And I think that for most people, synchronous learning implies an opportunity for students to engage in the classroom experience, but from home at real time. We don't necessarily believe that that needs to be for the full day or a full period every day. So just like in a traditional classroom, a teacher may give a 15 to 20 minute, 25, 30 minute lesson, and then students would be doing work independently. We would expect that at least for the period of time where the teacher was delivering some direct instruction or having a class discussion, doing a presentation, that students would be able to access that in real time so that they can be a part of the community and have their questions answered.
So suffice to say that if I was a student and I'm in school and I'm a student at home, I'm getting that same education, right? It's live streamed?
It would be live streamed, right? That's what these expectations.
So live stream,
be
I'm sitting in my
Google Meet.
house because I'm on quarantine. And I'm getting the same instructions if I was sitting in class, correct?
Correct. So obviously, it is difficult through Google Meet to have the exact same experience. So we are working with teachers and some teachers, I would say more, I've seen examples at the elementary, but certainly some secondary teachers are starting to work with breakout groups and having the virtual students part of those breakout groups so that they can have real conversations with their classmates. So we're starting to see more of that. But for the extent possible, yes, it would be just like we're doing right now. You would be at home, you would be connecting through Google Meet, and you would be listening to what the teacher was sharing. You could see the shared screen. You could work through that. Our technology department has been really incredible with making sure that teachers have access to that technology so that we can make that possible for students.
And Keith and Dr. Hoffman both, I did hear from some teachers at the secondary, at the high school in particular. It's really the only ones I talked to, but they said that they have been doing a lot of synchronous education, but a lot of kids aren't tuning in.
So there's two
Yeah.
issues that I hear, Chris. Is one is we, if we go back a while, we didn't make it mandatory. We were asked not to. We were asked to sort of be flexible in this. So we were as a board. So, and then the second part is that you're exactly right. The students aren't, it's not mandatory. So what we're thinking is, well, what I think may be a recommendation is that we make it mandatory for the student to be on, just like they were in class. And then if we're going to make it mandatory for the teachers to live stream it.
And my daughter will now be mad at me for making her get up at 7:20 in the morning, but no, I get it.
What, but I would be much, it takes a lot of this discussion about virtual learning and puts it aside, because then virtual learning is truly virtual learning. It's not assignments and completing tasks and we don't know if they're learning, right? So if we all agree that the teachers, teaching is the paramount issue and what we know works, then that virtual platform changes the game as a district.
Right.
I would be much more relaxed about virtual learning if it was live streamed, there was attendance being taken, and just because my kid was home quarantined, it just means he's not going on Canvas and reading 15 different articles and answering a bunch of questions.
I agree with you. In theory, that really sounds like that's the way it should work. But Dr. Hoffman, do you have any data? Well, you just moved. Or Dr. Harner, is there any data that backs this up, that does say that asynchronous virtual learning is more productive than, or synchronous virtual learning is more productive than asynchronous?
I mean, I think that's clear, but
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think what we know is that it's certainly being asked for by a number of parents, not all. And to Mr. Mikuchi's point, I think we do have to be careful that we do have a number of students who are being very successful asynchronously. They may, for a variety of reasons, prefer to work asynchronously. And so we do want to make sure that teachers or principals would have the authority to grant exceptions to students who in some cases, quite frankly, don't have a safe space at home to be able to engage in the work during the day, and maybe they need to wait until later in the day to do it. We do have some students who, right or wrong, may be working, support their family, other things, and asynchronous is working for them. What we're trying to do is for the families who are seeing, and this ties into your later request for us to look at failure data, for some of our virtual students who are not finding success, who would really need that connection to have that opportunity.
Could we
so we don't have hard data because we haven't been doing it. So I do know that students who are not engaging with the Canvas platform are not doing well. That's data I have. Students who are not logging in, who are not turning in assignments are not doing well. We don't yet have any kind of a way to track data on whether or not students who are regularly participating and meeting in Google Meets, because we haven't done them quite regularly yet in some areas.
Well, not even just our data, like national data, like universal data that says that.
Sure. The national data is not good right now. We're actually, it's not a point of pride at all that we have as many failures as we do, but we're actually ahead of the curve on that. We are seeing a real serious dip in grades and in learning loss across the nation. So while that certainly is not an excuse, and I'm not proud of the numbers that I'll share with you in terms of failures, we are not unique. I think what we are doing is unique. I think bringing our students into the building is unique. I think now moving to try to support our teachers, students, and families all at the same time, which is no small task, right? To get everyone to be comfortable and moving forward with more synchronous learning opportunities is the right thing to be doing.
And to Keith's question, and I think Dr. Hoffman tried to make this point as well, maybe I missed it. I know from talking to teachers that they are offering virtual synchronous opportunities, but they're also recording those and making them available to those students who can't attend the synchronous session, and they can do that later. So I know that, my daughter's teacher is doing that, and I know there's others that are doing that as well. So.
Yes, and I think, there's a lot of exceptions. There's some students who, due to travel to and from tech school, maybe they may be late to a class. If they had, we wouldn't want them to be marked absent, right? We'd want to make sure they could still access that later. So there's a lot of reasons, and I would just ask that if we're moving in that direction, we make sure that there is some flexibility for those students who need it, and certainly that are assuming that they're doing well.
Right. And I also would like to recognize the teachers that are doing well and commend them for that, and recognize that not everybody came in with the experience in online learning, and those teachers are doing better now than they were in the beginning of the year. And I expect, and maybe Dr. Hoffman can talk to this too, I would expect they're going to get better throughout the year as well and be more comfortable.
Certainly, you'll hopefully always hear me commending our teachers on the incredible job that they are doing. Very proud of them, very proud of the work that my office is doing to support them. Hopefully they're feeling supported through that. I know I'll give a shout out to my instructional coaches who are amazing, Kelly and Rachel and Zach, while I have him, though Puff has him now, in creating lessons for teachers and helping to get things into Seesaw or Canvas to work with them, and just seeing where the teachers take that material and go with it. We're really, really pleased.
So to transition into something that we've all been talking about is, the failure rates. And Dr. Hoffman, I don't expect for you to have, complete data on this. Oh, you got some, but I do think that the public should know the impact of what is happening due to the learning structure that, we've had no choice in some cases to do. So if you could tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. And, the marking period did end, relatively recently, and we don't have trimester 1 data yet for the elementary school. So this is not necessarily complete data. But as I said before, there really is no positive way to share the number of failures that we had the first marking period. So I'm not going to try to do that. But what I do think is something that can be shared that's quite positive is that from October 20th until December 1st, which are the 2 data points that I have, we reduced the number of students who ended up failing the marking period really quite substantially. So an example at the high school is that we ended up having 76 less students fail multiple classes than we originally projected. Now, we're still not happy that 200 students failed multiple classes. Don't get me wrong. But to go from 300 to 200 is certainly impressive, especially because we always see lower grades mid-marking period than we do at the end of the marking period. It is a trend forever and ever and ever that students tend to kind of pull it together at the end of the marking period and try to get things in. And teachers are always incredibly accommodating with late work and assignments, because we all want our students to be successful. And if it's about the learning, then when they meet that learning, we want to see that happen. I do think that some of the strategies that our counselors and our principals are employing, once we started to see just how deep we were getting into this failure trend, which was probably, it was, I would say, 4-ish weeks into the school year when we first started noticing that a lot of assignments were missing and not coming back, and probably that mid to end October date when we started to take a hard look at what could we do, having conversations with teachers about reaching out, and then counselors and principals trying to meet more regularly with virtual students. Now, unfortunately, they are seeing some of the same that the teachers are, setting up a meeting with a virtual student to talk about their grades, and the meeting doesn't happen because the student doesn't attend the meeting. Calling the parents, maybe not getting a response. So we are working through all of those things. I think moving back into the high school and having some of our virtual students become live students has helped, especially with those who weren't doing well. For the students who were already in school, hybrid or special education students that were there 4 days that were still failing, we certainly want to see those numbers go up as well. But we're more concerned right now about the high number of failures for students who are virtual and non-responsive. And I think, like I said before, it's to be expected that if a student is not coming to class, but then also not logging in, it becomes difficult to engage with them in any other way. At the middle level, we also saw our numbers certainly higher than they were at this point last year. And I'll say they're almost double the number of failures that we saw first marking period last year. But again, from the October point where we first looked at the failure numbers till now, an example would be in 7th grade, we had 70 fewer students end up with the marking period failure than they had before. So again, do we want to have 70 students failing? No. But 70 versus 140, we really did bring those numbers down and have a number of students meet success, which I think is something that we have to just keep working on. I believe personally that more synchronous instruction, not all day, every day synchronous instruction, because I'm not a fan of that. I think those of us who have been sitting here for several hours know it's really hard to do, right? But having more synchronous opportunities for students will only increase those numbers as we move forward.
Dr. Hoffman, along that line, so you have these students. So if you went to pre-COVID times, right, and you have these students that don't show up, there's the truancy and all that stuff that goes along with that. In this mid-COVID time, these kids are sort of just, they're floating out in space, right?
Well, yes and no.
So my question really is regarding without clear times where they have to do something, they're electing to do nothing. And so what is our responsibility as a school to ensure that we're doing, I mean, it sounds like you're doing everything. My question is more around without strict parameters of when they have to do stuff, are we just going to see this continue and they could really miss 180 days? And
right. So they do have parameters around when things are due. They may not have parameters right now in terms of what time they do it during the day, but we do have cutoff times with when things need to be turned in. So teachers will say this is due by 11:59 p.m. The class may have ended at 12:30, but you have until 11:59 to turn it in. And that would be true for even students who are present in the class, that they have that time to turn it in. For students who are not attending, even not attending virtually or not participating, it's really important to separate the two things, which is attendance versus work completion. So attendance, while we want to track that and we want students to be there, we also want them to be completing the work. So think about a student who used to come to school and put their head down. They were being marked present, but they weren't doing the work. So we're trying to separate those two things and make sure that our students who are not attending, we're actually, doing our SAPES, which is a required form that's filled out for the state for attendance. We're filing citations, which is never what we want to do, but it's our obligation for students who are compulsory school age. And we are, we're tracking and trying to re-engage those students in school for attendance. At the same time, we have counselors and principals and teachers working with the students to get them caught up on the work. Because whether or not they were absent for 10 days or 9 days, we want to make sure that when they're there, they're able to do the work and connect. So if you think about it, I don't know if that's making sense, but we want to worry about attendance. We want to worry about them being there. But we also want to make sure that when they're there, they're attending to the work.
So are we gonna have a big wave of failed, a couple hundred failed kids that'll fall back and then increase class size, or like what could the real fallout be? Do we fail people anymore?
We do. I think that we'll have a fair number of students who will require remediation in summer school. That's my guess. We always do. That's really not anything new. Last year, we had a number of students who we put into the Edgenuity program. If you remember, it was my recommendation based on the state paying for it, so that we were able to get them through summer school before the end of the year. We could certainly look at something like that again if we're getting to the third, fourth marking period and we're seeing that students really don't have much of a chance of passing the class that they're in. We could always pull them and start working them. We've always done that. We've done that for the past 3 or 4 years and try to get them to finish
You've
earlier.
done miracles under normal conditions. Now I'm just envisioning this, you normally move a big chunk of kids over the finish line, and here, a 20% or 25% might not make it to the finish line. Do they have to restart? And then now all of a sudden there's this big log jam that happens, or we just have to reconfigure schools, or who the hell knows what happens. But all of a sudden I'm like, oh, what happens if, like if the assembly line has rejects and like I'm thinking of it from a quality control, and it gets back put into the front of the assembly line and it has to go back through. Now you got a larger batch to try to process. That could be a nightmare. So I'm just.
Yeah, the good and the bad news, I don't want to say it's good news because I never like talking about truancy issues or school failure issues, of course. But we do have systems in place to support them because they happen every year. And sometimes they happen in large numbers every year. And so we would be prepared to support students through either of those things on a normal basis. And now we just have to kind of ramp it into high gear. And really keep working on the fact. I know the principals, Dr. Bubser and Mr. V, have been going over this data. They've gone over it with me, shared their strategies, what they're working on. I'm confident that we're going to keep reducing these numbers. And when I come back to you at the semester break, that we have even lower numbers. I feel like the things that they're putting into place are really going to make a difference.
I have the feeling once kids start to see the fear of possibly having to go to summer school, they're going to turn it around. And there's really only one place to go.
Some students, some students don't feel that fear. And that's really, it's an important thing to think about. Truancy and school failures are a consistent issue at the secondary level.
And so you're just so I'm clear, you're telling us to stand down and you got it under control and we don't have to worry about anything.
I mean, not exactly, but I've got it under control. It's okay.
I was, I've learned recently to judge somebody not turning in a piece of paper or a work assignment doesn't mean that they didn't try at it. A lot of kids, I imagine, are in the same boat where they may have 7 of the 10 questions done. And because the other 3 aren't done, they elect not to submit it because they're afraid of not having it completed. And so I do caution that the reason people aren't turning in work may not be for the reasons we think it is, that the kids are actually trying to get it done. And I think that maybe some synchronized class time where an instructor's, teaching may end up proving beneficial for the students, because we know the value of that education taught live by a teacher is real, as opposed to, where you're just assigning things and kids are picking up, trying to read it on their own, those kind of things. It can be daunting. So Well,
Well,
thank
thank you. Yeah, I definitely appreciate Dr. Hoffman that, it sounds like our entire leadership is really just trying to adjust and uh, change where we can help make students more successful. So I definitely appreciate it. In an effort to move us along here, I'm going to skip over a few things. So the next item that I have on the list is modified quarantine. So I'm asking the board for a motion to move to the modified quarantine as defined from Bucks County, Dr. Damsker.
I think that might need a little bit more clarity, how much of that modified quarantine we're going to follow. I believe we said we were going to follow up for the in-school contacts and possibly the bus contacts and possibly the travel, but not the home contacts or the ongoing contacts.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I think household contacts should be excluded from the list for sure. That seems to be the main problem within the spread.
Well, and could we broaden that even to when you say household, do you just mean out of school context? Meaning, I'm
Well,
talking
no,
like a lawyer here,
every
but
contact because there
yeah,
hasn't been any in school. So
exactly. But just, like group parties or just anything that's outside of the school, right? That's what you mean, Chris, right?
no, I'm saying we will adopt modified quarantine for any non-ongoing quarantines, and they defined ongoing as like household ones. So if you live with somebody, if your husband were positive, we would consider you an ongoing,
right?
An
I
ongoing.
think that extends a little deeper, Chris, because think about it, right? You and your, are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Sorry. If you're driving in a car with your best friend and your best friend comes down with COVID, while you're not sitting in your house, you're at a high risk. Make no bones about it. That's how this stuff is getting moved around. So we while I agree that modified quarantine in my son's particular example, I felt very confident that he was not at a high risk, despite the fact that the district put him on a quarantine list for 14 days. Because he was masked, he was separated from the individual, the other person was masked. That's how we know we can stop the spread.
That's a good point, Keith.
But I also know that having teenagers, that they're not always masking when they're with each other, and despite the what we as parents are saying. So we need to consider close contact being close contact.
I believe the point behind this was today we've got the children, and I guess Nancy Ann mentioned most of the staff quarantine is from household contact, something else. But I think is not the point behind this, Chris, that we have tons of kids missing school for possibly just being a way too overcautious. And the data has shown to the CDC and Dr. Damsker that you can relax that a little bit for those same kind of cases. And I think so. The goal is to allow the kids to get back in school sooner with a modified quarantine, right? That's the goal. It's not just to relax the guidelines for the hell of it. We've had no cases across like Dr. Damsker said, across the whole county, where the quarantine people that were in little Johnny's classroom ended up having COVID. And so maybe we can, not maybe, but they suggest relaxing that. So that's what I view this as. And it would be an addendum to what we were we're voting on before. If that was part of the Bucks County guidelines, then I would have said yes to what you were voting on before, what we were voting on before.
So then I do think maybe Jenny did have a point, but I think we just have to be careful in how we word this. And somewhat agree with you too, John, and you, Keith, that it is going to be very hard to determine outside close contacts because the county is not necessarily doing a real good job of contact tracing right now. They're overwhelmed. So all we can rely on for contact tracing is our own school staff doing the contact tracing in schools. So maybe Caitlin, that is how we should word this.
Yeah, I like it.
That's exactly what I was.
This is such good conversation and good discussion. As I'm hearing it aloud, I think what we're trying to say is we will give a modified quarantine to close contacts in schools who we know are masking, and we limit it there.
Well, I think even on buses as well. I know Dr. Harnard wasn't real keen on
but outside of that, since we don't know what's happening outside of our schools, and we don't know if you're a close contact of someone who is a friend, we're going to assume outside of school that you're not wearing a mask. And since we don't know that, we sort of limit it to close contacts within the schools that are masking.
Mrs. Mitchell, I wanted to point out that the Department of Health determines whether somebody qualifies for a modified quarantine or not. So obviously the administration doesn't recommend moving in this direction. But if you're going to move in this direction, then I don't think that you would want to create your own guidelines for it that might allow modified quarantine for people for whom the Bucks Department of Health has not approved it.
Yeah, Dr.
Oh, I agree with that.
So they decide based on the tracing and the conversations with the individuals whether a person potentially qualifies for modified quarantine or not.
And there's been some confusion in letters that people have gotten from our district that say these kids, we sent people home on quarantine, and then they get a letter from the county that says they qualify for modified quarantine. And that has been.
And safety plan has not included that.
Yeah.
And the letter is specific from our district that says we don't abide by that. So it's pretty crystal clear if you read both letters.
And,
we got the modified quarantine one.
And making the change would not have the support of our nursing staff. So I just feel.
And what John asked you why?
Because I believe it creates more risk than we need to take on in order to effectively serve students and accomplish our mission and keep schools safe for everybody.
Based on what?
What is that? What is the information? I'm just curious as to, what information we're using to determine that.
Oh, sorry. That's just perceived risk then, correct? There is no data backing that increased risk. So one other part.
Let's let her answer though. Let's let her answer.
Yeah.
I really don't want to debate it or argue it. I just wanted to point out that the Department of Health sets the standard for who qualifies.
Well, it's not a debate, but we're simply asking
what word a motion that that puts our own standards. I don't think would conform to to what they're doing. Travel also mentioned, and travel is now in order. I looked it up to make sure because Mr. Spear had said he thought it was a guideline, and it is not. So it would not be an option that's available for travel because the 14 days or a negative test is an order as it applies to travel outside Pennsylvania.
All right, so let's back up about, I don't want to steer too much far off this topic because I do want to get to the root of this. So I understand what you're saying. You're not trying to debate it, but when you tell the board that it's not a recommendation, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to seek to understand where that is coming from. If you could help us understand it.
In tonight's actions as recommended by the administration, we already are taking steps that increase risk by shortening the quarantine period. Now, that risk is relatively small, and the CDC discussion of changing the quarantine attempted to quantify the additional risk associated with shortening the quarantine period from 14 days to 10 or 7 with the test. And they did that analysis, and it is a relatively small risk, and it seems like an appropriate step. So I think part of why we have been successful is that we have approached things in an incremental way. We haven't done big sweeping things. We tried to put a good plan in place. And then as we got more information, we've gradually relaxed some of the requirements, changing the recess requirements and so forth as an example of that. And so already taking that incremental step, it does not make sense to me to now go further and introduce a new variable, if you will, at this point in time.
That makes sense. In other words,
That's my, the nurses themselves might have a different, logic or reason behind it. But I meet with them regularly to talk about how we're doing and what we're doing. And after conversation and looking at the data, they were okay with moving to the shorter quarantine.
okay, so maybe in a month's time.
So I would suggest we take this incremental step, and then we evaluate the impact again and look at the data. And if we continue to have no issues with close contacts after we shorten the quarantine period, then it's an appropriate time to think about another step. So
but is the data valuable that we have now? That's what I don't understand.
Oh, I think the argument's two different things, though. I think the argument that you made there was logical in that there's a sequence of steps, but the other argument that there's an increased risk, there's no data to support that. It's a personal feeling. We just heard from our county expert that there has been, and we have our own data that would support that there has been 0 cases of positivity in anybody we quarantined. So I don't, there's no risk. We know there's no risk.
Except for the bus. Except for the bus issues that we've had.
Okay, but we're talking about the kids in school. So, but I like the logic. I think that that's more appropriate, but I don't necessarily know that it's a risk aversion strategy, because there's, of course, there's always a microscopic type of thing that could happen, right? He said that there's never a 0%. But for the most part, with the data we have today, and then the other part that might back your argument up is that we are in the middle of a spike, and so maybe changing it now is not the right time.
Although he did say, didn't he say Penn Ridge and Palisades are doing modified and they didn't have any issues?
They are.
As well as the tech school, by the way. Yeah. And they have not had any issues.
There is 14 high school students last week. And that was from spread amongst those students and now their parents.
The quarantine?
I'm sorry, Dr. Horner, can you say that again? You broke up.
Please don't compare us when we're looking at data to the other two districts. Totally different scenarios, different kinds of working spaces in schools. Like Palisades High School didn't open up for the first quarter because they were doing construction. So those kids were all virtual. Over in Penn Ridge, last week they had 14 girls that were positive for COVID, and then a lot of their parents. So
we're talking about.
Okay, but that's Dr. Horner, please give context. This is so important. The 14 students in Penn Ridge that tested positive were soccer. It was at a soccer championship game in which people were not masking. And but that is so important.
Yeah, we're talking about
sir.
Spread.
Come on.
We're talking about quarantine anyway, not cases. It has nothing to do with cases. We're talking about the effectiveness of modified quarantine and the risks. So Nancy Ann, you made a good point. Make one change, let's look at it in a month and make another change. And, the idea is that that could bring back that many educational days of in-person to quarantined students, right? That's what we're balancing. Students
And
in
also
person getting
it builds-
educated or not.
It builds confidence in both the parent community and the staff community that we're doing things in a measured and reasonable way and
Yeah,
not.
that's cool. I can buy
making
that.
So that,
But
not my decision, but that I wanted to share my perspective.
to our point too, the nurses have opposed us going full-time at the elementary school. The nurses opposed us going full-time in the secondary too. And the teachers union opposed both of those moves as well. So
Well, I'm not talking about the union and, I'm talking about the nurses as our in-house medical professionals.
well, I would like to make
Who
a
are
motion too tonight.
And who see firsthand all of this happening every day, much as Mr. Micucci sees it in his work. And I just, if we have in-house medical professionals that are dealing with this every day, that are making a recommendation or are uncomfortable with a direction, then I think it makes sense to consider how they are, what they're recommending or what they think about it.
But
And
like I just said,
I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but we really need, we need to listen to scientists, people that are doing the research, people that have the data, because, trust me, and I'm speaking as a nurse, we don't always have the data. And so, interpreting research and understanding that is a very important aspect of making decisions that are really impacting communities. And so we just need to be cautious about those type of statements where we're just blankly taking someone's opinion. It may not be baked in any science.
Right. And I'm saying that it's only point of information to consider, but I think it is one point of information.
I don't disagree, but I'm just saying we need to make sure it's baked in science. I mean, I'm not even an infectious disease expert or infection control expert. There's people that are more specialized at it than myself. And so we need to make sure that we're not clouding this judgment.
I understand.
Okay, so just listening to the board, maybe we take an incremental step. We don't automatically move to a modified quarantine, and instead, let me just get a quick poll from the board. Do you all feel that we should take the next step in terms of quarantine to maybe say we start out with the 10-day, 7 days if you get a negative test after day 5? Is that something the board would be interested in?
So are you saying we would, I'm sorry, Keith.
Is
I
that
was
the
just going to say, put your
CDC?
motion back on the table.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There's
I
no
think that's-
motion, guy. There's no motion. I asked for a motion and no one did motion for it. So
No,
this
I
is
think you
all
were
just,
talking to me, Caitlin.
oh, sorry.
Kaylin, if you're talking about moving it to day 5, now you're going to be taking something that has no data. We don't know if day 5 is any safe.
No, day 5, you take a test. If you take a test on day 5 that is negative, you're allowed to come back on day 7. That is the CDC.
I will make that
Kaylin?
motion that you asked for to move for modified quarantine.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we can have that discussion now. And if we don't want to pass that, then I guess we can always revert back to the district or the administration recommendation.
I want to make sure Steve gets heard because I
No, that's okay. I mean, with the motion up there now, it's irrelevant.
Can I call the vote?
You can. Sure.
You just did.
Thank you.
All right, let's do a roll call, please, Terry.
So this motion, Terry, would be to adopt modified quarantine for in-school kids
Only. Okay.
And what about the busing? Is that included as school?
Yes.
Okay, so it would include in-school and bus contacts only, close contacts only, home and ongoing contacts outside of the school would not be included in the modified quarantine.
Yes.
So we're adopting modified quarantine in school for kids only including, modified quarantine in school, including bus, close contacts only.
I think reverse that, close contacts in school and on buses only.
Okay. Okay. Modified quarantine in school only, including bus close contacts.
I guess that
I would just say you have to defer to you got to defer to the health department. Why are we putting any context in there? The health department says you can modify. Unless you're going to just add the busing component to it. Or
well,
take out the busing component.
I don't have a problem either way.
Look, here's what we don't want to do. We don't want to get into the business of assigning it, going against any.
you're right.
We can make
I
it,
believe
we
should
can
be
make it
following the health
stricter than
department.
the health department. We can't make it more lax.
I agree. We should follow the health department. But we can put a little bit more strength into ours to say at home contacts are not included.
Yeah, we can start, if we're trying to start this off in a way that's incremental, we can always say, we're going to limit it to school contacts. But I hear you, Keith. I don't know the right answer, to be honest.
Well, it's Dr. Damsker's modified, Bucks County Health modified quarantine protocols applied to in-school students. And if you want, like you said, and on bus. So we're not inventing anything. It's just apply what he's already applied at Penn Ridge and Palisades here. That's what you're promoting.
Yes.
Okay, shall we vote?
Terry's still writing. I was waiting for her to get.
Okay, I think
Oh
I'm
yeah,
done.
take your time. Sorry.
I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. So we're adopting modified quarantine for in-school only, including bus close contacts. Okay. We are not, this will not, outside contacts will not be contributed. We're going to defer to the health department and follow the health department at home. The health department and limited to school contact only and bus contacts.
Thank you, Terry. That seems fine.
Okay. Mr. Reimer,
No.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Klein, Mr. Klein.
Can't you hear me?
No.
Now we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's a no.
Mr. Jackson,
No.
Mr. Kern,
No, I'm going to wait a month.
Mr. McCucci.
Yeah, well, I reluctantly, I kind of agree with the modified quarantine. I will listen to the administration on this one and take it incremental. So I'll vote no.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
Tend to agree with the majority here. No.
Ms. Weed,
No.
Mrs. Mitchell.
I think we can revisit it. I still feel firmly that, it's going to be very difficult for us to keep schools open at all. So I
Yes or no,
will
Kaylin?
say yes. Hey, watch it now, Dave.
Sorry, man.
Dang.
Just didn't want you to like, she
I
needs
wasn't
to
getting
write down
carried
the correct
away.
answer.
Getting punchy at 11 o'clock.
Jeez.
It's a very lawyer-like answer, by the way, Kaylin. Very,
Second emotion.
yeah, both
See,
sides.
thank you. Thank you. All right.
Wasn't a compliment.
Well, I take it as a compliment. Trying to be fair and balanced. Okay. So I think we should go ahead and move on. The next item that's on the agenda is actually something that I just wanted to inform the board about some research that I did. There is a company out there called Flowmetric, and they are partnering with, I was doing some research on companies that could provide rapid testing to our school district. And what I found out about this company, and I actually spoke to their like chief scientist, somebody who's way smarter than me, who is a doctor, and they're able to provide rapid testing where they have a lab that is mobile and it can actually come to our school district and they can do it on a daily basis. It is $65 per test. So it would be an investment, and we could maybe limit it to, our staff. I don't have a real proposal on how we would utilize it. However, excuse me, I did think it was something that we could think about if we especially moved forward with a protocol as far as quarantining. So Penn State apparently is using this company. I know, Jenny, you said that your daughter's college is using something similar, but
Yeah, I think it's the same company. I asked her. So,
yeah.
yeah.
So I just want to throw it out there. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on sanitizer, cleaning. Let's think outside of the box. How can we create an environment where we can, promote safety? So I just wanted to throw that out there and see what the board thought of it.
I think may I go first?
Sure.
I think it's great that you found it. I think sounds like a great service. Scott Hendricks, who's one of the employees at one of our schools, had made a comment earlier, and inside his open comment, he had mentioned testing for teachers and staff. And, I don't know, I'm saying that we're going to do this or anything like that, but I think, to see how much something like that might cost, whether or not it would provide a overall benefit to the district or comfortability even. You're right, we spend tons and tons of money on this sanitation stuff, and but $65 a test that's going to add up real quick. So we really need to find a way to, if we do utilize it, as an application, it needs to be done in a very cost-effective way. Yeah.
Yep.
Although $65 to get a teacher back live or to get a kid back in school, or like however many days early, that's a heck of a payback, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot more than just one test to get that accomplished. It would probably be
It
hundreds.
has to be after day 5, and we can prioritize and think about the investment. I don't know the answer, like I said, but if we have a staffing issue or if we have an issue with the quarantine, we're spending a lot of money right now on a lot of things.
Consider the offset on the cost of the sub.
And they come to us, by the way. They have
there
a
any
mobile
opportunity
van.
to partner with one of the local health organizations, and see if there's an opportunity for us?
Oh, absolutely. I'm open to any. This was the only place that I asked our health department about it, and that was the only one that came up. So definitely open to others as well. Keith, what do you know about?
No, I'm just saying, there's, we have several networks around us that are doing a ton of testing. There's a ton of free testing sites as well that are popping up that the state's, backing, that are drive-through. So there might be opportunity that doesn't, really, the taxpayers were paying one way or the other. Maybe we don't have to double dip. I don't know.
Well, do consider the offset. Consider the offset in the cost of a sub for a day. versus the cost of that test.
Well, like I said, one test isn't going to make people feel safer as much as you have to test all the people around them. You know,
No, we're just talking about the people who have been sent home because they're.
and it's certainly a possibility. I mean, we have 253 people quarantined right now at $65 a test would be pretty expensive, but this is, you know, daily. I honestly don't know, but I agree that having somebody set up to do this, and I like Keith's idea too about looking locally too, but I do know like the CVS drive-through test, I had one last month. It took, I think I took 10 days to get the results. So, you know, there hasn't
Well,
been
that's
very.
why rapid tests are important, I think.
I just read the headline yesterday, but didn't the state just come out and say that they were offering free testing in statewide areas? So
Yeah. That's what I was just telling you.
that's what
Well,
I thought.
testing is one thing, but rapid testing is different.
Well,
Right
that's what I
now,
was
we're
asking.
not getting the information back, and correct me if I'm wrong, administration, if we're getting, how long is it taking us to get results back?
If it's longer than 2 days, somebody's lying to you, because St. Luke's offers the tests for free, as far as I know. And they have an expedited policy with Quakertown, as far as I'm aware.
Not any longer. They're I just called them this week, and well, I called them for employees here at my work. And when I did say to them, I said, I know you were doing expedited tests for the school before, and I believe that they're not doing that. And they're also not accepting any tests unless you've had, unless you get a letter from the Board of Health that says you are a close contact or you're under doctor's orders. You can't just show up and say, I want to test right now at St. Luke's.
But we're not asking anybody to show up without requirement, are we? Of course, our close contact procedures, they're going to get a letter from the health department, wouldn't they?
Well, Scott Hendricks was asking for employees to be weekly tested.
Okay, so what we're talking about right now, though, is potential for us to use rapid testing, which gives us result at the same day.
Maybe we could further investigate it and get some information on it, talk about it, look at it from the financial implications, and let's move on.
Okay.
Dr. Harner, don't we have an arrangement about that COVID testing that they were talking about?
Apparently it has ceased from what Mr. Spear talked about. I did not know that, but we did have a relationship before, as Mr. Jackson talked about. And I know that, I think Joe Kuzo's on the line. He recently had to go out of state for business, personal reasons, and he came back, and it took him several days to get the results back.
Yeah, that's my point right now is it's not, I think as we go into the winter months, we're going to see is it's going to take a lot longer to get these results back. But I do agree with Keith. It wasn't something that I wanted us to vote on tonight, just something that I wanted us to think about and reflect upon and investigate.
You're right. And I believe that part of that is developing a plan for who gets tested when.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So just something on the radar. I'm going to move to the next topic, and this is something that was recommended by the administration as well.
Sorry, before you do, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we have to go back and make a motion to modify the health and safety plan yet?
Actually, I guess because we did not vote, if you would like to put a motion on the table and be
I was going to
specific.
say finish your thing and then we can go back.
You can go ahead.
All right. Let's try this again. Let me get up so I can read it. I make a motion that we amend the health and safety plan to adopt the CDC and Bucks County Department of Health quarantine guidelines.
Can you be specific?
Why don't you just recommend that we accept what the administration is recommending, Brian?
I can do that, yes. I recommend, or I motion that we accept the recommendation of the administration to amend the health and safety.
Terry, you
second
can just reference. Terry, you can just reference his original motion.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Call to vote.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you, Steve, for helping us through that.
Sure.
The next item that we're going to talk about, and thank you, Brian, for bringing that up. The next item that we're going to talk about is the recommendation that the administration also mentioned to add a staff member to help with the contact tracing that's going to occur. And there's going to be a little bit more burden, I guess, on our staff members. And one question I do have for the administration is, do we need to think about, does it need to be a nurse, or can it be someone who is not a nurse?
Like a nurse's assistant or something like that?
I mean, contact tracing is
just an administrative
a
task.
different sort of skill set, I guess.
Well, the nurses have been doing a lot of that work, and this would be someone that would be backing them up into their own suite, nursing suite in their building. So
Yeah, I think it's double. I think it's double, not just the contact tracing, but I think it's just to have another person with the
Yes,
same
sir.
qualifications,
There
right?
you
So
go.
I'll make that motion.
Well, how many people are we asking to add? I think that's important before you.
One. It says one.
One. Okay.
Yeah. I'll make the motion.
I'll
A second.
it.
Okay. Discussion.
Zach, is it going to kill our budget?
No,
Oh, man.
plenty of other things to worry about budget wise.
Wait till we pull that van up and start charging us $65 a pop.
I
Yeah,
know,
but we're gonna have a
his
a
face
food
is
van
like,
behind it.
no. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, so in an effort to move us along and not prolong this, standing committee reports, is there anything that is super important that needs to be shared right now? All right, we're going to skip that. We have some business that we have to get through. So the fiscal agenda to approve Boucher and James November bills. I'll need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it, John.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
One abstention.
Motion carries with one abstention. Moving on to the fiscal consent agenda, we have approval for the bills list for November 2020, the budget transfers, and the treasurer's report, all in 2020. I'll need a motion.
So moved.
I'll
Second by
second.
Mr. Jackson.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Human Resources Consent Agenda, we have professional staff, support staff, unit pay, substitute staff. I'll need a motion to pass those.
So moved.
Second. Akmanowitz for the second.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Office of Teaching and Learning. We have approval of 2021-2022 program of studies.
Motion to approve.
Thank
I'll
you.
second. Mr. Reimer.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Policy and programs, approval of the contract between Bucksmont Academy and Quakertown Community School District. I'll need a motion.
Mr.
So
Jackson
moved.
so moves. I'll second if you want to use Klein.
I'll take the second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. onto our informational items. There is the general obligation bond series sales document results for your viewing, as well as Bucks County Cares grant summary. There's also the November enrollment report. There's a new agenda item on here. It's regarding panorama results. So you can take a look at that. I'm just taking a quick look.
This is student survey results if you're down there at the information items.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. On to new business. Any new business?
I did want to bring something up from the tech school meeting that we had last Thursday. The Jeff Sweda had mentioned that they had hired an extra cleaning service to come in and do sanitation steps after the regular custodians were finished with their cleaning. And I guess he had them coming in 2 days a week. He said the service has been working out really well. It was paid for completely with grant money. And maybe that's something we could look into, and it would help if we had any of those closures where we would need to go through and sanitize schools, that maybe we could have this crew already set up. It's separate from SSC. They come in after the SSC guys do their nightly cleaning. So, maybe have Zach or somebody else or Rob give them a call over at the tech school, see what that service is, what it costs, and see if we would qualify for any grants to use that.
Thank you, sir. I'll have report back at the facilities committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had one thing. When I guess Eileen was reading Mr. Wien's note to us in the first public comment, he rattled off N95 masks, some sanitizing wipes, spray, spray they use takes 10 minutes, some plexiglass barriers, some simple things that, I think he's probably just letting the board know. Obviously the board shouldn't get involved and stuff like that, but what can we do to make sure those sorts of things are not, not everyone should probably have an N95, like careful what you ask for with N95s. I think wearing those all day long, Keith can attest, they're probably miserable, but maybe some people want them. So is there anything we need to do to authorize making sure that things as simple as, of course there's probably not, but I just want to put that out there. Like they shouldn't be asking us for wipes or finding a better spray or plexiglass. Is there something we need to do to make sure that the teachers feel supported with those relatively simple, low cost items?
We worked with the principals over the last couple of weeks. We had money left over, about $5,000 out of what, 300 and some $1,000 from the county. So we basically have gone to the principals. They've gone to their teachers. As Mr. Makuji talked about, the M95s, not practical. It sounds good, but it's not practical. Zach, is there anything that we've exhausted most of the request lists that we're receiving from the buildings?
Just literally 1 minute ago, when Kaylin was reading the informational items, we have a little list of how we plan to spend the rest of our CARES funding. Some of those items Ryan referenced are on there. The difficulty we have is when you have 8 buildings, 350 teachers, to buy any of that in bulk is very difficult. So while they seem, for example, the wipes they're asking for, the Clorox wipes that have a 1 minute dwell time, we simply can't get them in any substantial quantity. So we've purchased spray that has a 10-minute dwell time, which is a little more difficult,
right?
Operationally in a building. So
I know, buy a fan to go along with the spray, and that'll accelerate it. Maybe a jet engine. Anyway, so
so we're working through that, and you'll notice that there are teacher desk shields. Obviously, not one for every teacher, but enough to cover the ones that requested them.
I guess I'm just saying that it might not need to be bulk. Maybe only 10 teachers need a shield. Maybe only 50 want an N95, and actually just give it to the first 10 and see if the other 40 want it after the first 10 actually complain about it. Because I know when you actually go to somebody who has to wear it all day and you ask them about it, it's horrible. So
I wore it flying, and it was a while ago, months ago, and it was horrible.
yeah. So anyway, if even letting what you just told us,
So
that might
it's a
help
good
the
point.
teachers understand that, oh, I get it. We can't get that stuff. Oh, yeah, I can't get my mom's Lysol toilet bowl cleaner either. I went to 3 stores. Sorry, Mom. Do you really need that brand?
I
Like,
know,
come
right?
on.
I think you bring up a good point, and just speaking from what I have seen as well, it does take a lot of time when you have a spray bottle and you go through each, desk, and you're expecting the kids to kind of help up with cleaning that. It would maybe be a little bit easier, even if we sort of did a DIY, put a whole bunch of paper towels in with some kind of, I know sounds crazy, in some kind of disinfectant, um I don't know, something where teachers would be able to easily pull out wipes to give to every kid instead of having to go around and tear off stuff. I think that some of the classrooms have such a short amount of time anyway that it does sort of eat into instructional time. So we can maybe look into it a little bit more.
When you're done.
Go.
I just wanted to make a few things about the tech school that, because we kind of skipped over, but the next meeting is on the 17th. It is a reorganization meeting. So if anybody's interested, show up. There's retirements that I wanted to mention in case there's anybody out there listening. Charles Kohler, our graphic arts instructor. And then we had resignations from our welding instructor, Jeff Sawyer, and Tim McGinnis, who is I think he was our cook. And then finally, the new Ag Tech building is set to open on December 18th. And so those were my announcements that I think were the most important.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other new business? Do we have any final public comment?
Yes, we do. And I apologize. The one comment I skipped by accident in the beginning of the meeting. It was from Laurie Dromrowski from Haycock Township. Now that Senate Bill 1216 has been signed into law on 11/25/20, will you be making it public that the Keystones or a project-based assessment will not be needed as a graduation requirement until 22-23 school year? Will you be following this law? And then there was one other comment that came in during the meeting from Sandy Hipoff of Richland Township. Why is it recommended that Bucks County's government offices, including the Department of Health, work remotely, but our public schools are to stay open, endangering our staff and students who could be remote? And that is the end of the comments.
Ms. Mitchell, if we can answer the one from Ms. Dabrowski.
Please do.
Dr. Hoffman, we're prepared for that.
Sure. So first of all, look, just a real quick background information. This has been delayed several times. It's not necessarily just COVID related. So originally it was supposed to be the class of 2019, then class of 2020, 2021, now 2022, 2023. So the difference this time is that they have not necessarily stated that it can't be a local decision. So our school district has a local decision that the Keystones are a graduation requirement. That's a board level local decision. So even though it is not a state requirement, just like it hasn't been a state requirement the last few years, it remains a local requirement for us. So we would need a board decision to change that. We can certainly talk about that at an education committee meeting. But the actual language, to my knowledge, though we did seek a second opinion through the intermediate unit, Dr. Rachel Holler is looking into this with PDE for us and another school district to retain this as a local requirement, that the word local was removed from the newest Senate bill. So in the proposal, it said it could not be a state or local requirement. In the new Senate bill, it's shuffled around, it's in a new spot, and it just says state. So I'd like to wait until we get that back from PDE if possible, so that we understand whether or not we are allowed to retain it as a local requirement.
Is it beneficial for us to, I mean, if we're counting on lower numbers this year, lower test scores, probably I would guess, that is it even beneficial for us to do it? Is it going to make us just look worse having these scores that are marginally lower than they've been in the past?
Can we bring that to the education committee?
Sure.
I mean, they're happening right now though, right? So it's almost a moot point.
No, it is. I mean, there is one thing though that or there's a couple things, but one thing that no parent, no student, no community member will ever complain about you cutting, and it's standardized testing. I'm sure most people would say, yeah, I could do without that. I could live without that.
But it's kind of a moot point, right? It's already happening now.
It's just a
The
discussion we
winter
don't want to
window,
entertain
there's-
at this time at night. Can we?
Guys, I gotta get out of here.
It's
All
kind of
right.
late, guys.
All right,
Moving on.
guys, let's move on. So motion to adjourn,
I
please.
got it.
Keith got that, and I'll take the second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Bye. Bye.
Good night, everyone. Wash your hands.
Good night, everyone.